And we are live. What is going on, everybody? Happy Wednesday. I think we're halfway through the month, almost. It's June 12th. I hope everybody is doing well. I woke up and I felt pretty energetic, and I set things up for the stream, which took a little bit longer than I expected, and then was working on a few things, and then I decided to go lay down again, and now I'm in a fog. So hopefully I'll kick my butt into gear shortly here. I think once the ball gets rolling, and the squirrels come out, we'll be fine. But that's what's going on here. Let's see, who's all here today? We've got Thomas is in the house, Robert Stewart, Delmar says coffee. I am not doing caffeine. I've had some weird, I had no video last weekend. I've had some weird health stuff going on and off for a while. And I pay for health insurance, but I haven't gone to a doctor in at least a year and a half, and so I need to get back into a doctor and get some lab work done and stuff like that. But because of things that are going on with my stomach, I am cutting out. Like, Aaron made this, which is a chai tea, which does have some caffeine in it, but it's pretty diluted with like milk/cream. So yeah, I'm not coffee. I'm cutting out all the fun stuff pretty much. I'm having to at least like heavily slim down on. So hey Tor. Hey, Swiham, PS5, or pass it, right? How's it going? I'm usually up before 7. I woke up at 9:45. Oh my gosh. That is, yeah, when you're sort of on a routine and you sleep in, at least to that extent, I can definitely understand that. Hey, Kenneth. Daniel develops an allergy to energy drinks. Wait. You're saying you developed an allergy to energy drinks? Yeah, anyone that remembers the streams when we first started, like 3 years ago, I was almost having a monster every single week, and it was this like rocket-propelled squirrelness of energy that I think would peak usually like an hour to an hour and a half into the stream, and then it was weird for a little bit, and then it was just like a steady decline. So it was fun to get pumped up, but I don't miss that. Caffeine and yeah, my system is really sensitive to caffeine. Aaron can drink multiple coffees and just be like chill as a cucumber. I don't understand just different body chemistry and stuff like that. So I drink coffee most of the day, especially today. How do you take your coffee, PF? With a cream and sugar, or take it black? Hey Lucas, not being a smart Alex with you talking, over my head. I still drink caffeine. Wait, yeah, I like it. Caffeine calms down ADHD. That's what I don't understand though, because everyone that knows me is like your textbook ADHD, yet caffeine does not calm me down. It makes me like very uncomfortable. So it's just, okay, just a little cream. I'm cutting out carbonated soda. I've been trying to do that. Well, for me, the last time I went to the doctor a year and a half ago, I got lab work done, and they said that I was pre-diabetic, which I was not expecting. And I have my doubts on that test, so I want to get a new test done, but I've cut out pretty much all dark soda other than super special occasions, and if I want carbonation, I'll have like a Sprite every once in a while, but energy drinks were completely cut out at that point, and then I've tapered. It's having quite a few Dr. Peppers, like for years prior to that. So I cut back on caffeine a lot, trying to lose some weight in the next month. Yeah, I'm trying to move a bit more as well. So we've been doing mostly daily walks, at least with Jackson. We had a pretty good heat wave this past weekend here, where I know it's all perspective, but like it was 93 here, which is hot. And I feel like, I don't know if it's because we're further up north here than in California, what the deal is, but warm days feel warmer here. So I don't exactly know what the reasoning is behind that. So, hey, Alan's here, right on time. Hey, Petty. Just get some sparkling water. Lemon is good flavor. I've tried sparkling water. I'm not a huge fan, but I'm sure like anything with time, you kind of get adjusted to it or used to it. Okay, cool. 93 is hot. 86 in the office. Ooh. So up here, the studio's up here, and it gets really hot. The lights, the printers, everything like that. And it's one, I mean, it's not one room. There's a closet and a bathroom, but it's one room compared to the rest of the house. And with heat rising, I'll come up here and I'll be working on the computer, and I'll be like, man, I feel miserable. And usually anything north of like 78, I start to feel real uncomfortable. 80, I'm like, oh, so 86 inside sounds like you need a mini split or something, man. Hey, San from Portugal, hello. Okay, so before we get going here, I want to bring everybody up to speed kind of on what happened last week. So towards the end of last week's stream, we were working on the x-axis, and I was having sort of weird issues that seemed like the rail was, had a bow in it, right? Like the rail was not flat. So I took it apart. Jake from the Millennium Machines team actually hopped on a call for the last like 20 minutes of the stream and was kind of helping me through a few things. And so I played around with that, and then afterwards I looked into things a bit more, and I just was really confused. It was mostly, I actually called Steve, and Steve showed me how easy it was to move his back and forth, and I was like, okay, something's definitely off. So I ended up taking just about everything apart off stream because I wanted to give it like one final go. And I think somebody actually in last week's stream had shared this with me, but I want to show it. Let me see here. Steve sent me this. Yeah, okay, so let me just screen share really quick with you guys. So this is a build log that is in the Millennium Machines Discord channel, and it covers the X and Y assembly in a very different way than the official manual does. And this is the method that Steve used, and I think it's the method someone else had recommended to me. And there's quite a few things in here that I really like. So I basically tore everything down, which was not a whole lot of fun. We've put a lot of screws into this already. And I followed this. So I went from beginning, I guess not really beginning to end, because there's some tramming stuff which I didn't get to yet, but basically just covered this process of it, which you don't have to take the bearing blocks off for this, which is a huge plus. So once I got to everything tightening down again, following this method to a T, I still had some fairly difficult movement back and forth. So my theory is that it's not the rails and it's not the way I'm assembling it, but that potentially it's either one or a couple of these extrusions that are not perfectly flat. I think that I've gotten it to a point now where it's not going to be an issue. I basically, so I printed out, let me show you guys this. So I printed out two of them, but I destroyed one because I was being kind of silly. Let me see if I can slide this up. Space is becoming an issue here. There we go. Cool, that should work. So I got it to the point now where, just to show, sorry about the floor, it's a mess. Normally I don't show floor. Even though you guys see it, I get all the time. Someone's like, I can see your feet, and I'm like, ah, sorry. So with this, if I use two fingers, I have to hold this down because it's still pretty wobbly, but like I can move this thing, like I'm not putting a ton of force into it. So if I can do this, like Steve showed me on his, he can like one finger spin the wheel pretty easy. I'm like, I don't think I can single, but it's at the point now where it might not be as smooth as I would like it to be, but if I can spin it like this with relative ease, then these beefy motors should have no issues driving it. So I think it's, you know, I spent the time, I spent probably more time than, I don't want to say more time than most, but like the fact that I took it all apart and tried again, I really wanted to do my due diligence, and I think that this is sort of that happy medium where, you know, I'm calling it good. So hopefully this will be fine. We'll you know, clearly we'll find out once we get this all done and start driving it, but this is where we're at. So I just wanted to let everyone know that that is the method I used, was Ray, I think it's Ray, maybe that's how you pronounce it. And whenever I do a final video on this, I will absolutely bring that up. But full credit to, well, Ray, but Steve for pointing me in that direction as well. So we're gonna move this out of the way. It's definitely getting heavy. Not exactly the safest place to put this, I don't think. I don't have a surface really. I'm putting it on a bar stool. You can't see it, but I'm just scared. I don't want it to fall. No, we're gonna put it on the ground. If this thing falls on a foot, it's like end game. I can't risk it. So let me set this on the carpet over here. All right. Oh, have you tried spinning in your bed? I have, zombie. We spin it all around. I had a banana before the stream. I wanted to take a photo and send it, but I ate it. Hey, AWS from Germany, how's it going? Okay. No ER, yeah. Oh, man, feet, stubbing your toe, dropping things, like, I don't get it, man. Like, feet are so sensitive. I set the quartz slab down on the ground the other day and forgot I had done that, and I kicked it a little bit, and oh, falling. It's fun. Yeah, I won't go to the. It won't be my. It won't be a general visit though. It'll be straight to the. Maybe not ER, but oh gosh, what's it called? I think Lisa said it. No, she said ER. What is the other? Urgent care. Urgent care is the other one. All right, so moving forward, today we are moving on with the Z-axis. This kit comes with the FMJ assembly. So primary difference is you've got these CNC aluminum plates that are going to add a lot of rigidity over printed parts, and they are going to allow us to use a slightly higher Z to give us some more Z travel, which is pretty sweet. Had a full 5-drawer filing cabinet. Oh no, that's awful. I know that Phil had he posted a photo of his foot just the other day that had I can't remember. You were working on it. I think he was working on a table. He said. So yeah, there's two assembly sections for this, depending on whether you go with the LDO kit or you're self-sourcing. So the kind of one of the big differences is, again, these are printed parts that are holding these extrusions together for the Z tower. And then there's even like a cross beam. Let me see, it's towards the end here. I know I saw it somewhere. Here they are. So yeah, if you go with the printed parts, you have to use these sort of braces, just because the printed parts don't have nearly the same level of rigidity, but we're doing FMJ assembly. So it is going to be largely a screw in things simulation today. There are a lot of screws. It is in total 68 M510 screws. So that is going to be what we're doing today, is screwing things in. I did try my best to at least get this guy charged, so hopefully this will help speed things up. I kicked a counter. Oh, yeah, hitting feet is like, no. Sounds like a rat rig. Oh, you mean, wait, assembling or the weight of the rat? Wait. One thing I also noticed is that, and it does kind of call it out, the Z extrusions for the longest extrusions that will be used, they're taller in the LDO kit than what's called for in this instruction. So it is, let's see, if we go here, where are we? Here we go. So this says there's a 120 millimeter C-beam, a 250, and then two 260s. These are actually so plus 60, 320 is the length of them. So because we're using this FMJ assembly and LDO provides longer extrusions, we'll have some more Z travel. I gotta sneeze. I'm gonna mute. My allergies have been super fun today. It's like Aaron and me have been playing tag with allergies. Yesterday I felt pretty good and she was miserable. Today she woke up and she said, I feel pretty good. And I'm like, thanks, you passed it on to me. All right, did this finally load? It did not. It's been trying to load the CAD for Milo for like an hour now. I don't understand. Let's close it and open it. What's going on here? I'm gonna mute one more time. I never unmuted. I didn't unmute myself. I was talking to nobody. Yeah. Thanks. Okay. So links are shown. Cool. Extrusions A and B are the main ones. Okay, so we're gonna start off, it looks like, by installing the linear rails. So let's do that. I did try to give us a bit of a head start, and I did pre-grease these. So these are indeed greased. Let me bring you guys up a little bit. Also, I think someone asked me last week, I know a few people have asked me about the status on the positron build, and I did indeed get in. I don't know, did I show this last week? I don't think I did. Maybe I did. But yeah, power supply's here as well as the little barrel connectors. So I just need to open the CAD and edit the part that the PSU inlet goes into, just to accept one of these barrel jacks, and then reprint it, and then we essentially can continue that. So probably gonna just keep powering through Milo, and then we'll kind of circle back to positron after that. So Liz, happy Wednesday. Liz gets, we'll do, let's cheer for Liz. Happy Wednesday, Liz. Okay. You know what? I'm a goof. We should probably load it with all of the nuts we're gonna need, which are M3. Man, I'm gonna blow my nose one more time. I will unmute it right away after this time. Anybody else in chat suffer from pretty crazy seasonal allergies? It's rough. Like it is no fun. Oops. Oh. Okay, so this rail has how many holes? We got one. Oh, cool. We'll do 4 then. Perfect. Mine is only dust. Dust. Okay, sucks to. Oh yeah, my allergies are bad this year. Hit the like button 3 times. Okay, perfect. 3 times is the right amount. Yeah, it seems like, I mean, it makes sense when it warms up and everything starts to, we have really gnarly winds here. Like I would say California has winds. We used to get the Santa Anas a lot, but it's different here. And It's nice when it rains because I feel like the next day my allergies aren't quite as bad because, well, the rain has sort of locked everything down, added weight to all the stuff flying around, but then once it dries out, it's back to it again. Oh, also, Lisa, if you are here still in this moment, I tried on, if you remember, let me just show a picture of it actually. On the, there we go. So on the x-axis, you asked if we could just put the T-nuts on and slide this. I tried it when I took everything apart because I should try that now since I took everything apart and had to re-put them all in. The answer was no. I don't know if it was the slight flex in the extrusion or that just like the screws are not very long, so you don't really get that slack that you need. But man, I did it with one and it was such a struggle that I ended up just not doing that for any of the rest of them. But I did try it, just to say that I did. I spotted the cottonwood trees. It's like, yeah, we've got so we get these like, yeah, it's cotton basically flying all over. And we rented like 1.5 miles up the road and we're like, what the heck? Why? We never saw this when we were up there. So I guess I can loosely put everything in, can't I? And so what do I need? I need, oh, that's right. We're using the bigger. But yeah, it looks like the trees, I think they're cottonwood trees, are like basically right in our backyard. They're in our neighbor's backyard, and so it's just like, yeah, snowing basically outside when we get wind. Year-round allergies, I actually just stopped by regular. Oh wow, how long do you feel like those shots that you get are effective? Very lucky I don't have any allergies. Yeah, enjoy it. I've always had, like, we had cats growing up, and I was super allergic to them. I think I mentioned this before on stream. But man, like, I love my cats so much, so I just dealt with it. And as I got a little older and a little bit more, a little less tolerant, I just kind of like would pet my cats with my feet instead of my hands because it was, it didn't get my allergies quite as bad. But yeah, I remember growing up being like in middle school and high school, just miserable with allergies from our cats. But they were family, so what are we gonna do? Okay, every month, gotcha. The grass seed pollen is crazy around here. You can see clouds. Oh man. Yeah, I looked for fun when I saw all that pollen or the cotton stuff flying around. I looked for fun in our city, like online, just because you can see like, I think it's pollen count or something like that, and it just showed like extremely high for the next, like as far as it would go out, extremely high. And I said, well, this is me now. I tried Claritin and doesn't seem to work at all. There's another one that if I take it before I go to bed, it does seem to help. But I guess I got a little overconfident with a couple of good days that I stopped taking it, and I probably shouldn't have, so. Okay, so that one is in. It's loose. It should be loose. I haven't centered it yet, so we're just going to keep it loose right this second. Yeah, so there's plenty of play. Oops. Dropping my nut. Yeah, you can see that, right? Oh yeah. Let's grab our other rail. If you posted it, Tor, I know that you were building a Trident, and I saw you posted, I think it was yesterday, that your Trident was not working. And I saw you talking about it a second ago. Did you figure out what the issue was? Let's check these out. All right. Oh, I should probably mention it. Big Tree Tech reached out to me and asked me to be a guest on their channel. They're doing a live stream for a product launch. They are go to pick up groceries and everyone has. Yeah, they're doing a product. I don't know if I assume. Yeah, I think they've teased it. They're like Clipper screen, Clipper tablet, and so they asked me to be a guest on it. So it seems like I will be on their live stream, which I think they'll post probably when it's confirmed, but it looks like it's going to be 1 week from today, so Wednesday, and it looks like it's going to be around 9 p.m. my time, which I realize is probably awful time for a lot of like East Coast means it would be around 11 o'clock at night, and I don't know what that's like in other parts of the world. I don't know if in Europe it's really early in the morning or if it's also awful timing, but I feel like I should at least mention it. That way, if anybody is awake and is around and wants to jump in and say hello, I'd love to see familiar, I say faces, but I guess familiar names. So still testing between tickets. Still getting extrude below min temp. Extrude below min temp when it starts printing. Is it? That sounds to me like either a start, like a variable maybe isn't being passed, excuse me, correctly from the slicer, or an error with the start printing. Because I've had that before too, where basically it just starts printing either at like probing temp, which I think is like 160 for tap, or it starts printing before, like it sets the temp to what it needs to be at, but it doesn't wait and tries to start printing. I don't know. I'd have to see the behavior of what yours is exactly doing, but I don't think that doesn't sound like a hardware thing. It sounds more just like either a parameter or a macro thing. It's not waiting. Okay, yeah, it's not waiting for the hot end to hit up. It's not recovering after it lowers to 150. Okay, sweet. Yeah, so it's simply a man, I wish I had, if I had not killed my Trident, I would have showed you my starting script for it. I know, yeah, I feel like there's definitely a bunch of people that can help you out with that. Aaron, I know, has helped me with macros before, and just by looking at his example stuff has been super helpful. But yeah, it sounds like it's just a macro thing. When is the stream? So I'm still waiting on 100% confirmation, but I believe the stream is going to start at 8:30. Let's go off Eastern time. So 10:30 p.m. Eastern time next Wednesday on their YouTube channel, and I think they're going to have me come on about 30 minutes later around 9 p.m. So I think I'll be on for like an hour roughly. But I'm waiting on like the final message or email confirming that, because I don't know if they've even I don't think they posted that publicly. I just found out about that last night. All right, one more mute. Okay, I'm back, I think. Yeah, I've definitely, there's been quite a few printer builds where I've started off and everything's good and it's just a silly macro thing, so. All right, oops, put the centering guy on. Liz, bonjour. Merci. How's it going? Cool, I'll try to make it. Sweet, yeah, that'd be awesome. I mean, you know, if it's ridiculous time for anybody, I get it. But if you're awake and you've got nothing going on, or you know, awake and you feel like dropping by, definitely come by and say hello. Salud. Thank you. What are we talking about? A few things. So I'm gonna be on, it seems like next Wednesday night, Big Tree Tech's gonna have a live stream. They're launching their Clipper tablet, their Clipper Touch tablets. It's similar to like the Panda Touch, but the Clipper Touch firmware variant of it. And so they reached out and asked if I wanted to basically come on to their live stream, and I said, sure, that'd be fun. So I don't know how much info I'm supposed to give out. They didn't say anything was really secret, but I believe it's, you know, primarily going to be a product launch with some giveaways and stuff, and then I'm just there to hang out. I don't know what sort of discussions will come up, but it should be fun. So, and then we're also talking about Tor. He finished building his Trident, but I guess an SD card got corrupted, and the config got kind of foobarred, maybe in the rebuilding of it, and so is getting extrusion below min temp errors because it's dropping the temp to like 150 or 60 for tap to soften the filament on the nozzle, but it's not climbing back up to 220 or whatever temp he's trying to print at, and so it keeps throwing the error. But it seems like it's just a macro thing that there's some missing parameter that's not being passed before the print starts. I think ModBot has a video on how to back up a config in one click. He definitely does. I wish I had done that for my Trident, but I had just built it. And it wasn't even fully tuned, so I guess I had used it for a bit. I should have done it. But I did follow my own advice, and when I upgraded from the CB1 to the CB2, I did run the macro to back up everything. I'm thankful I did. It made the swapping process way easier, so. You certainly can't account for everything, but if you're doing some sort of big transfer config-wise, it is always in your best interest to make a backup. You will never be sorry that you made that one backup, but you will be sorry when SD card or whatever corrupts. Actually, Tor, out of curiosity, since your build just happened, what the heck happened to your SD card or your config? So I feel like you just have to have finished this in the last maybe like week here. Was it just a crappy SD card, or did something actually happen? Okay, so it's pushing the rails to the bottom. I had an install corrupt itself on read. Wow. We'll have to look for that printer as my printers are all working well and worth. Oh yeah, definitely back it up. So it's actually, I can send here, I'll post it in chat really quick here. The creator of the macro or the plugin that does the backup messaged me a little while after the video, basically just reaching out and saying thanks for making the video on it, and also letting me know that they had
When the A1 Mini
made some pretty cool improvements to it. I haven't gotten a chance to check out the improvements, but I think it's even easier. I think it's even easier to run now. And yeah, like I don't think you have to configure very many parameters at all. Not that it was a lot before, but there's the video, GPs, if you want to take a look. It's been awesome. It just so you can either get it set up where it runs. One second here, what was I doing? You can either get it set up where it runs via a terminal command, or what I recommend doing is going a step further, and you can set up a shell command add-on, which is quite simple to do, and then it gives you a macro. So literally, anytime you want to back up your config, you just click the macro button. It automatically grabs all of your latest stuff and then uploads it to your GitHub repo. It is just, oh, so nice. Because once you set it up, it is like effortless. And for me, like I've talked about this a bunch of times, but if things are tedious, I will just end up avoiding them at all costs. So knowing that once it's set up, it's that simple, it's to me like, oh yeah, that's exactly what I need for me to actually want to follow through with backing things up. Oh, sick. Okay, maybe it's built in Kaya. I read the message and I forgot what he said, but maybe it is in Kaya now. That would be even way easier. I just like it so I can go back to, yeah, perfect, sounds great. Yeah, definitely worth doing if you're happy with your setup. I mean, hopefully you get lots and lots of time out of it without any complications, but in case something does happen, just having at least a config that you can fall back on that you know was when the printer was in a good state is just, it's nice. It's real nice. Y'all are making me paranoid. Gonna have to make back. He also now suggests running it on the timeout macro. Oh, cool. Okay. Gotcha. So that basically runs it on a certain interval automatically. I never set mine up with that. That's even cooler for someone like me that's kind of forgetful. Although it depends. Like I'd still want the ability to disable that, because if I do a backup because it's in a good state, and then I'm experimenting with things, I don't know that I'd want it to automatically pull that. But I don't know that it overwrites, or if you can set up an option where it basically makes a secondary version. I think it overwrites. I think it by default it does, but don't quote me. I'm not entirely sure on that. I only back up when I make changes, and I don't make changes often. Yeah, it depends on the printer for me. Like the 2.4 has been the least changes. Like I basically built it, we ran the tuning, and then it sort of just existed. However, I am making a video on Nighthawk in the next like 2 weeks here, so it is getting updated. So I will be making an update before I do that, just to prevent any whoopsies. Hey Clownhammer, happy Wednesday. PC, it does version control. Okay, sick. So you could do auto backups. Nice. Yeah, it's a big fan. It's really nice. Alrighty, so we've got our rails. I think we're actually supposed to take our blocks off. So I am going to, I had already made marks at one point on these, but the grease makes it where the Sharpie comes right off. I still think I'll be okay. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Let me grab a tub so I can put these bearing blocks in there. I'm gonna Sharpie mark them one more time. Because I had, for anyone that missed it, we had a ball. Where the heck? Where's my tub? I know I had a tub yesterday. I was playing around with, oh, I reused the tub for something else. I was like, how did the tub get up and walk away? Do we have something else that I can throw a couple blocks onto? Yeah, we could just use the lid, I guess. Oh. I feel like I have so many of these little container tubs, but then, when I need one, I'm like, don't have enough. But yeah, we lost a ball last week's stream when I was screwing around with things, and I thought only one popped out. I was wrong. I think 8 popped out. I found 7 and was able to put those back in, and then I ended up using a spare ball that I had sourced a long time ago. I've got like a container of spare balls, and hopefully it's not going to cause an issue. Motion seems fine, and it is for the exact same kind of rail. It looks like it's the same, as far as I can tell, it's the same alloy, so, which I think they're stainless balls, so. But yeah, I just don't want to, I don't want to keep, it was a one-timer thing. I don't want to lose more, or not lose, but I don't want to pop out any more of those bearings, so. So I'm just going to go ahead and mark, we'll do 2 marks on the rail. So 2 here, and 2 marks here. 2 dashes on this side, 2 dashes on this side, cool. And I think I've got those little dummy rails, which we'll use just to be safe. Container of spare balls. I guess yeah, maybe so we're all adults here, right? Let's see. Perfect. All right, 1 down. Yep, 2 down. And we'll do the same thing on the other side. So that was, I did 2 marks, right? That was all 2 marks? Yeah, so we'll do single marks on this one. I plan on keeping my 2.4 mostly stock. For me, it's what I think of when I hear Voron. My Trident, on the other hand. Yeah, that was basically my thought too. The Trident is getting a ridiculous overhaul as far as toolhead goes. It's gonna be a metal printed toolhead with tube, a nutty extruder, and beacon. It's gonna be awesome. And then 2.4, I am doing the Nighthawk, but I don't feel like that deviates it too much from it's just a different wiring thing. It doesn't change up too much. So, but yeah, that's gonna be kind of my stock-ish Voron, while the Trident is just Hack City shortly here. So 1 mark on each of these, and then I'll do 2 marks in here. That way, if I put my thumb on the end of one of these, hopefully the other one doesn't come off. Losing your bearings sounds like the maker equivalent of losing your marbles. Yeah, sounds right. Okay. Losing. Oh. Awesome. All right, so I'm going to put this plate of blocks over here. Awesome. We did that. Make sure the endmost. Wait. Okay. Make sure the endmost and centermost bolts in each rail are used, but we have a different. This only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 holes. Well, we had. It's different because we have a longer. Wait, no, I'm wrong. It's not different. No, it definitely is different. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, this only shows 6. So, yeah, slightly different. I just did every other. Okay, column assembly. Nighthawk has been good, but a bit warm. ADC wears me a little. No issues with it while at that temp, but not a fan of that heat. Interesting. ADC. I wonder what its rate. I mean, it's been tested heavily with Voron. I mean, that's what it's for. So I'll be curious to see what the temps are like on mine then. Okay, place extrusions A and B facing each other, creating an internal channel. Sweet. So like A and B are going to be the big ones. So basically they're C channels, so we're going to take them and put them towards each other, so we've got this opening in the center. You can kind of see that. There you go. There you go. Like that. Okay. So looks like we want it like this. Then it says, select extrusion D. At the top of the column with the channel facing outwards away from the extrusion. So that's our smallest one. So this guy with the opening facing away from, like, we're not creating another cavity, we're going this way. It says at the very top. Okay. And then C is our rails, which is this guy. It's in my Trident right now. I'm running my 2.4 with Stealth Burner and Clockwork 2 and Drag Chain. I want to go Zoll or Rapid Burner, but kind of stuck on the upgrade path. The Nighthawk video is interesting. Yeah, I think that Nighthawk, well, not necessarily Nighthawk. I think the USB toolhead boards are going to be largely the future of all toolhead boards. I'm actually really shocked it's taken this long. I think, like, I have no issue with CAN, and I think that once you have it set up, mine have been very reliable. However, the setup process and upgrade path is just, it's somewhat tedious. Like, I think it's still gonna have its application for maybe like long distances, or if there's an instance where daisy chaining makes sense, because you can have like multiple nodes, multiple nodes on the same network. But I'm waiting for Nighthawk 36 boards with USB pass-through. Yeah, Nighthawk 36 with USB pass-through will be sick for something like Beacon on it. But yeah, that's interesting to hear about the temperature. I haven't heard anybody say anything about that. I'm almost wondering, maybe I'll install Nighthawk for the video and then set the bed to 100 Celsius, which is what you'd print ABS part out, and see if I can run like basically something to keep it from timing out and just monitor it over the course of like 12 hours or so. Hope they can use the max at 85C. Oh, interesting. Wait, so, okay, so the Nighthawk is RP2040. What is that max at then? Okay, so final column. Man, we need a lot of distance. So our rail column is going with rails facing forward. Let me move this like this, and it's not flush with the bottom of this. There's a 18mm gap because this bearing block is going to be sitting here. So I might just use, I know this is a printed part, but I might end up just using this. Oops, that's not exactly right, but basically to butt it up against it. I'm gonna measure, let me grab my calipers and measure the thickness of that part and see how close to 18mm it is. Also, gonna mute really quick so I can blow my nose again. It says that the RP2040 is rated at 85 Celsius, Delmar. So if that's the case, then 65 is not bad at all. I mean, I know that the a lot of the Clipper like all-in-one boards are using some variation of the rock, like a rock chip, and those seem to run really hot as well. Even the CB2 is using them. I know that rock chip is not a specific chip. I think it's a brand that makes the chips, but hey, do you know? In a chamber of 70 to 75C, I've seen Nighthawk get up to 95. Holy crap. Is it 70 to 75C seems really hot though. Is it getting that passively or are you actively heating it? Yeah, I'm just gonna use this then. So this is right a little bit larger than 18mm, depending on how much pressure I put. So let's just say 18.1. So I'm gonna end up just using this 1, 2, 3 block and use that as my alignment between the bottom of this and this, because that's what the spacing is for that bearing block. So I think we'll try to start by getting everything in loosely. Let me see here. I'm not muted. No, I'm not. I muted myself. So this is gonna go like this. So I think game plan is we just basically preload everything, line everything up, put everything in loosely, and then we use the 1, 2, 3 block to sort of get everything exactly how we want it. That's gonna be the plan. This is gonna take a while. They're gonna be, so if anybody's got topics, this is gonna be probably the time to discuss things. How many screws is, yeah, I think I said it's a crazy amount of screws. So all of these are getting screws right now. I mean, look at this. That's a lot of screws. So that's yeah, that is a ton. So this first one's getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. 10 in the first one. So I think I'll start by just loading up T-nuts because it's gonna be the name of the game right now. With a 100 Celsius bed and a 350 V2, my VV36 board is at 68C. Okay. Nevermore and a bed fan. Oh, that's all that you're using? So it is sort of passive, since you don't have a, I guess, I mean, you're using the bed as a heater, but you don't have an additional heating element. All right, yep, let's just start loading them up. Oh, all right, we're off to a good start. Yeah, this is a lot of, oh man. Yeah, this is by far the most screws or bolts I've ever installed in the history of me installing screws and bolts in one session. All right, one down, 100 to go. How many screws? Yeah, exactly, all of them. My enclosure gets a 65-2, V2, 350 with bed fans. I don't have a, oh, come on, why are we not? Huh, that is a very poorly machined nut. 24 months! Oh man, nice! All right, we gotta go full screen me. And then we'll do a air horn and a cheer. 24 months, that is crazy. Thank you, Nice, for 2 years of support, man. I still can't believe, well, it's been longer than 2 years because we didn't have memberships for at least, I want to say it probably took us like 6 months or something like that. Maybe not that long, but it's crazy. It's been such a long time. Thank you for 24 months, Nice. Also, welcome back from all of the trips and work stuff. Hey, Jose. I don't know what's for dinner today. Aaron is off today. Man, I don't understand. These are so difficult. These are so difficult to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need 7 in this orientation. Can I just pop them in like this? No, they don't. The extrusion channels are really tight where you don't really have much choice but to go from the edge. I mean, I'm sure if you really wanted to, you could make it work. Let's use a larger driver, it might help me. I'm sure if you really wanted to, you can make it work, but it's just not a loose fit by any means. Some of it seems like it's just the tolerances of how the nuts themselves were manufactured. Ooh, you've got a little metal shaving still on you. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we need 2 more at the bottom here. Pizza, pizza! I remember the Xbox. Oh man, that's so crazy, man. Yeah, I started making videos. I want to say I was maybe not 17, but like probably 18. I know that I was making YouTube videos at my first job, which was at McDonald's, and I was 17 when I got hired. I was 17 and a half, and I worked there for 1 year exactly. It was basically summer to summer. And while I was working there is when I got into all the video game modding stuff and was like starting to make videos. But YouTube was a different place back then. Nobody was at least, I mean, like, I didn't know YouTube could be a thing, right? Like, it was, all I remember was lots of video game playthroughs, cat videos, and like, that was it. So it's nuts. Like, it's just, it's crazy. It's the longest I've stuck with anything in my life. Like, I really enjoy it. I love sharing what I'm working on. I love helping other people out with things, and I feel like that's, I don't know, I don't want to use like my calling, but like, I feel like I do a pretty good job of taking things that seem complicated and kind of breaking them down into more bite-sized, understandable segments. And that was always the goal, and I just really enjoy it. So I just can't believe it's been so long. I wanted to mod my Trinity so bad. Yeah, I was looking at I sorted the videos on the channel from oldest to newest yesterday, and was just like, man, it's been such a journey. It's so crazy. Okay, so this slot's done. We have 7 on the bottom and 3 on top. The next one has 7 in total, so it looks like 1 on the very bottom. Oh my gosh. Why is it so, I don't understand, man. I don't. It doesn't want to go. Like, what is going on here? Is it the anodizing? Like, I just. There's one, and then we've got a space, and then we've got, looks like 3 more. Question, I wanted to mod my, okay, question for you folks. Should I upgrade my Ender 3 with the Kevin's aka Sam belted Z plus clack Ender plus clipper, or should I save a bit longer and get myself the rest of what I need for my Micron? I would do the Micron Plus. Because if you've already done the belted Z with clack Ender, which is awesome, and it's running clipper, like, I do think you could push more out of it. Like, I think that a switch wire, or at least maybe not even a switch wire, but like, if you're still rocking V-rollers, I do think linear rails would make it a bit better. But I think the Micron Plus is definitely up there for me as far as like, man, that seems like a really cool printer, and anyone I know that has one loves it. So yeah, I would say in that case, I would rather have the Ender 3 as sort of my backup printer and save up for the Micron. I feel like you'll be happier with that. Oh my gosh, it is. I think it is. I don't know. Some of these nuts just can't go in. The correct number, yeah. I think having a, if the Ender is your only machine right now, then I would much rather have a second unit in case the Ender goes down as well. Oops, or something like that. It's a lot nicer modding a printer when you don't have to use the printer that you're modding to mod itself. I've done that before when I started off. Like, man, like you print a part, you take the printer apart, so it's decommissioned. You go to secure the part, you snap the part, and you freak out, and you reassemble it so that way you can print out the part. Yeah, when I first started printing and I had just the one printer, it was a lot scarier modding because it's like, man, if something goes wrong, like I don't have a backup. This is it. Pouring cache into Ender 3 beyond a clipper mainboard and maybe a tool head is wasting cache. I think it depends on what your goal is, because I love the Ender wire or switch wire, and I'm also going to be building the Ender NG. I do like the idea of using old hardware. Hold on. I do like the idea of using old hardware a lot. And also, like, it depends on your goal, because I think it's really enjoyable, the process of upgrading. But in this case, I think that Liz had mentioned that a goal of it was for a lot of robotic stuff and printing with TPU, if I remember correctly. and it's not about like just the fun of upgrading a printer. So in that case, that's why I think that the Micron makes more sense. But if someone was just like, hey, I'm looking for a really fun project, then I definitely, I enjoy the Ender mods. Enderwire is massively diminishing returns. Well, over a stock Ender, I don't agree with that. But I do think that if you swap an Ender out for a better tool head, a better leveling setup, and clipper, it gets you really close to an Enderwire without having to do the full Enderwire thing. So you don't have to go Enderwire. Like, maybe that's what you said. Point cache beyond. Okay, that is exactly what you said. Basically, yeah, tool head. So I have 2 more A1 minis coming Friday. Nice. A1 minis is such a beast. You can't beat a $200 Bamboo Lab A1 mini for that. Just a printer that works. Yeah, it's yeah, the A1 mini is probably one of the most shocking printers I've tested out, because when it came in, I'm like, what the heck? They didn't say much about it. They were just like, hey, like we have this new printer coming out, yada yada, you know, I'm gonna test it. And after like the X1C and the P1P, I was like, yeah, I'd love to see what you guys are up to. And then it showed up, and I was like, what the heck is this? But it, you know, don't judge a book by its cover, man. Sven, hello, happy Wednesday. My Ender is custom enough at this point that I don't really want to bother with a full Enderwire conversion. Yeah, that makes sense. Plus, if you have it in a place with all that stuff that it's working well, I think I speak for most of us where, you know, like, I don't, I'm not against modding things. Story time really quick. When I used to do video game modding and hacking stuff, there was plenty of times I did mods that were like purely cosmetic or served very little purpose other than the fact that I thought it was cool. And the feedback I got on that was a mixed bag, from people saying like, oh, this is awesome, to like, oh, this is dumb. And so I don't think, like, if you want to do something because you see some value in it, whether it's performance or just cool factor, then I say that's enough reason in itself. However, there have been definitely times where I've had a project or machine or something that's really modded, it's working well, and I see the new shiny thing that I want to put on it, and I screw something up, and I have a really hard time getting it back to the performance level or you know, stage it was at prior, and I'm kicking myself. And so that's the one thing about, like, if you just keep modding and modding and modding, which there's nothing wrong with per se, I just don't think in your situation, if you've got the Ender 3 with these mods, it's working well, I would just not touch it. Use it to print out Micron parts, use it as a backup printer. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense, so. Aridum, hello, happy Wednesday. Okay, so first two of these guys, let me bring you guys up a little bit higher so you can see the nuts. So this one's done, we have 10 nuts. This one's done, we have 7 nuts. Next one's 2, next one's 2. So this one looks like 1 on the bottom. One on the bottom approximately. 1 on, maybe not quite the top, but I don't know. This one will go this way. I can't really tell exactly the height of this. Oops. Let's see if these nuts that wouldn't work for the other channel work better on this channel. Okay, I think that for some reason, this kit just got a bad batch of these M5T nuts. I just think they're not machined well or not manufactured well. Oh man, I gotta sneeze again. Ooh. Bless me? Bless me. Bless? No, bless. What the? Yeah, this nut doesn't want to go in. What is going on? It's a game of will my nut fit? There we go. Okay, and the next one, okay, so the next channel is identical, it looks like. Oh my God. Yeah, that's scraping off anodization. All right. Okay, I'm back, kind of. Let's see, I agree with having 2 printers as a minimum. Also been in the position with just a V2 and wasn't fun when, yeah, when you've got one, and I get it, like it's not an option for everybody. Space and costs are absolutely factors, but if you have the option, that having at least 2, so that way when one goes down, you've got the other one to help print out parts and repair is great. I do eventually want to tear it apart and make an Ender NG out of it. That's 100% post-Micron adventure, and might even see if I can get someone's old beater to do with that first. Nice. I need to reply. Like I said, this last week's been nuts. I missed the weekend's video. I just wasn't feeling good and feeling like I'm kind of getting back in the groove of things, but trying to be a little bit healthier. Anyways, but the creator of the NG project did reach out to me with some new info on it, and so I think I'm going to try to start slowly sourcing stuff over the next 30 to 60 days here. I am really excited to build that. It is an absolutely ridiculous Ender to full Core XY conversion, and I think it'll be a lot of fun. I don't think anyone's really covered it, and it's gonna be a good time. So if I chuck it into an enclosure, is there anything missing on the A1 Mini for ABS? A1 Mini, as far as I actually, so that's one of the biggest downsides of the A1 and A1 Mini. If I'm not mistaken, off memory, they cap the bed at 80 Celsius. So it's really a PLA, PTG, and TPU printer, not an ABS printer. Can you print ABS at 80 Celsius? Maybe, depending on the size of the part and if you maybe use some kind of adhesive to help you, but I would not be getting it for ABS. That, like, if someone said, hey, I want a small ABS printer, it would not be my recommendation because of that. Nice. I officially started the procedure to start my own company. I'm really excited about the future. Small gamble because I'm quitting my current job. Wow, that is huge. Congratulations. Let's see. Cheers, very nice. That's awesome. What, I mean, you don't have to break it all down right now, but what's sort of what space, what industry, what kind of stuff are you hoping to do? That's super exciting. Oh, HVAC expertise company. How cool, man. That is awesome. Well, definitely wishing you best of luck. I mean, hopefully that'll allow you to be more local and spend more time with fam and just open up all sorts of doors. That's really cool. Quitting a job and following your own dream / path / idea is no easy feat. So yeah, taking the first step, congratulations, man. Is it not an all metal hot end? It is an all metal hot end. It's the bed is really your only limitation. I'm excited to see you do that build. It's not a build anyone has done that I've seen. Yeah, I don't think so either. You going to any shows this year? The only show that I think I might be going to is 3D Printopia. When I talked to Hector over at Fabrico, he said that there was interest in possibly a sponsoring the trip. So I have to talk to him. I think we were supposed to touch base in July. So maybe next month I will chat with him a bit more and see. But that's the only one. I know that Voron has a show. Voron has a show coming up in, gosh, August? That's in Reno. But I don't know that I'll be able to go. I think it's pretty close to 3D Printopia, so I definitely wouldn't be able to swing both, and I don't know. So right now it seems like 3D Printopia is probably the one that I'm gonna try to, but until like flights booked and hotels booked, it's definitely up in the air. Okay, this is good, this is good, this is good. This channel, one up top, that's it. What am I missing here? Okay, so there's nothing going in. Okay, so that's what's throwing me off, is that this channel has, every channel has nuts going into it, except for this channel. There's a single channel where there's not a single one going in there. So this one's got single, then we've got 7, and then we've got 7. Okay, so single one. June 15th? No, that doesn't sound right. For the Voron one? Either I'm way off or you're way off. I'm pretty sure they said it was like August or October. It can't be. It can't be. No, June 15th is open source in the Bay Area. Okay, so this one has 7. We've got, it looks like, wait, no. We don't put any in the bottom overhangs. So, yeah. Looking at this, the bottom 4 overhangs, so we're not putting anything there. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and none in that one. Okay, so we have 12 left on this side. Yep. I think music stopped. Nope, it's still playing. I can't hear it. Oh, open source is June 15th. Sorry, maybe I missed that. I'm talking about the Voron event that's going on in, where I believe it's in Reno. I would love to go to that event. I think it's gonna be a pretty low-key event. I'm pretty sure that I don't think there's like even booths. It's more of like a hangout type thing. I don't know. Saturday and Sunday, October 5th. Okay, that's right. 5th and 6th, Nevada, at the Renaissance Reno Downtown Hotel and Spa. That's the Voron event that I'm talking about. Now won't up to, wait, what happens? Can you get my own mini to work? Sorry, it stopped mid-print, saying filament wouldn't cut one color print. That's weird. I don't think I've really heard much issues with the A1 Mini. Like, when did you get an A1 Mini, Lisa? Is it recent? Okay, so we're skipping this channel. Nothing is going in here, which I find really weird, but that's what it shows. And we need 6 more for the last channel. Reminder for anybody going to open source, if you see anything cool, we do have like a 3D print events channel in the Discord. I would love to see photos. Definitely an event that I would have loved to have gone to. Hey, Mr. Melted, gonna print a full stealth burner in titanium. That's freaking awesome. If you do that, take photos of that too. That's super cool. All right, it's 12:17. We've been going live for an hour and 20 minutes. Man, okay. And like, I'm gonna wait till 1 my time for the giveaway today. So we'll okay, that's the normal time we do the giveaway. What am I saying? Yeah, we'll open the giveaway normal time in 13 minutes roughly. I went to buy one more A1 Mini and accidentally ordered two. You said a couple weeks. I got it just over 2 months ago when they dropped price, and I had $80 from A1 return. Oh wow. Hey Dark Third. It was working great until it didn't. Yeah. Okay, so what is my game plan right now? So it looks like this should be flush with the bottom. So let's start with getting this lined up. Okay, so we need to move these down. Good. Okay, and these need to go up. Also, I've been using the same camera angle, I realized, for most of this stream, so if anybody wants a slightly different angle, let me know, but I feel like this is probably the best to see. So let's kind of see what's going on. Oh man, these are not fun to move. Okay. Okay, those all look lined up enough. So let's go ahead and drive some screws in. Get this party started. Yeah, I don't ask permission to order. I got my last POS yesterday. I have the FL7 T1 coming end of the month. Oh, you're the T1, not the S1? I'm really curious about the T1. They didn't even, like, that wasn't even an option from this standpoint of reviewers, which is weird to me. Like, why wouldn't you guys want... so, you know, I don't know. Also, we are dipping each of these screws in some Loctite. I'm gonna need much more Loctite, I think. S1 is too damn big. Yeah, it's a monster. It's kind of the issue lately with some of the printers that have showed up here, is like, we got more space since we moved and have the garage and up here now, but like, if a printer is 3 times the size, it's really easy to fill that space. Let's see, I would get Milo, but I would swap the extrusions for steel tubes welded together. I mean, you definitely could. I'm really curious to see what kind of mods come. Like, I mean, this is a mod, right? Like this whole plate, and I do plan on milling out the heart of iron, I think is what it's called, which basically replaces the clamps from printed clamps to aluminum clamps. But I'm curious to see what other parts end up getting mods that at least replace the printed pieces with more aluminum pieces. Hey Mitch, you're going to Open Sus, right? I feel like you just packed up your Delta. Are there any DIY Deltas out there that are good? Have you seen the not Boron Delta, Doron Velta, the one that Zombie just finished? The tune is very tempting. Looks good for the price. Yeah, I'm curious to see more about it. This thing seems like it's going to be heavy, much more than I expected. Yeah, no, dude, this is going to be not fun to get down the stairs with Aaron into the garage. I don't know what the total, oops, I should probably straighten that up before I cross-thread something. I don't know what the total weight of Milo is, but I can guarantee you it's heavy enough to where this is no way, I don't see a single person, I mean, maybe, but I think a single person carrying this down a flight of stairs is very risky. It's a lot of aluminum. Even the VFD by itself is pretty freaking heavy, so. I think I need to loosen really quickly here. Let's see. Too big. Just right. It should be steel or cast iron. I have a feeling, I mean, I think the main reason why this isn't steel or cast iron is from an accessibility standpoint. I know that now, like, since LDO makes kits, there's a lot more room for stuff like that, but I think shipping is probably an issue, and initially, since this is like a community-made project, from an accessibility standpoint, I think they tried to use, you know, primarily extrusions and printed parts, so that way more people could build it. Yeah, falling, yeah. Never mind it falling on your foot. Falling down the stairs is, yeah, that sounds awful. It's great for aluminum. Maybe Milo. Yeah, I really only plan on using this for aluminum. So, I mean, as someone that hasn't really milled at all other than some wood, I've never played around metals, and plastics, I guess I have as well. I feel like I have tons to learn with just aluminum, so. One of my bigger concerns is gonna be chips, like making a mess. I know that there's CASA, which you can self-source, or LDO's coming out with a kit for, but the it's very large. It's a very, very large setup. And can this slide right now or no? The issue I'm having right now is because the T-nuts for mine are so tight, it doesn't want to, like, these are all loose, but because of how tight they are in the channel, it's really difficult to get even one or two to slide, let alone all of them to slide. Which is gonna make alignment on this really fun. Yeah, like it. It's gonna be interesting. I think that this is supposed to be aligned with this. Let me see. But I don't know if I can even, I can't even freaking get this in the slide. And I also just realized that I didn't even align the second set of, oh God. I didn't align the second set of nuts, guys. I don't think I'll be able to push this through. I'll probably have to undo what I just did. Let's see, I'll try. Yeah, no, I screwed up. I should have done both at the same time. But also, this is going to be an issue because I can't get this thing to slide. So I need to tighten down like 2 or 3 of these in the correct spot. So that way it's already where it needs to be. So that pillar looks like an old iron bridge. Hi. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yummy. Well, it looks delicious. Thank you. Is he sleeping? Okay. What would you say? It's going. All the T-nuts I'm using for this are really tight. This is the tower for it. Yeah, so this is gonna, all these pieces, it's gonna be, oh yeah, you haven't seen that, huh? Yeah, sick, right? It's almost done. Yeah, it's super cool. Yeah, that's what I told you I was printing overnight. Gotcha. Oh, good. Thank you. You have a G clamp wide enough? Oh, I do have a pretty big wood clamp in the garage, but I don't even know if that has enough. That's funny that you said Geneva Convention. Aaron had on Princess Diaries yesterday, I want to say. Oh, never mind. Apparently Aaron came back up to tell me that's Genovia. So it shows you how much I know. All right, so note to self. Hopefully your T-nuts slide a lot better than mine do, because that's gonna make my whole build very complicated. And make sure that you've at least got the T-nuts aligned for the, because since it's too wide for both sides of the channel, it should have been obvious. It was not obvious. What's for dinner? It's actually like kind of like a lunch, brunch. So we've got a bowl of, it's a bunch of fresh chopped up fruit with vanilla yogurt and granola with almonds on it. So a little yogurt parfait. We were having these for a lot for a while, and then my parents, we totally stopped, and my parents moved out here, and they have them for breakfast all the time, and I'm like, that sounds really good. Yeah, this is gonna be really tricky to get everything aligned because of how difficult it is to move things. So, okay, let's get the second channel aligned, and then I'll just start slowly putting a few in, but making sure that this is aligned. And I'm hoping that I'm right. It looks like this is flush. We know this needs to be 30 millimeters beneath that. And then the tops of these are flush. So that's probably what our alignment's gonna be. Is that flush? I think it is. I think it is. Let's look at the CAD really quick here. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing because I forgot to hit the right button. Yeah, it looks like it's flush. And again, this is not the full metal jacket, but I believe that this should be flush with the bottom of the extrusion for the full metal jacket. But yeah, not being able to slide these is sort of problematic. I almost wonder if I've got other M5. Like, I just want to grab non-M5 T-nuts that aren't from this kit and see if that, okay, like here we go. Here's some from the Trident build I did. Let's just try this channel. Wow. Wow. These T-nuts are, or these roll-ins are like, I would almost go as far as saying awful. So these are from the Cyborg kit, and look at that. And then this is the ones that came with this. Well, it's sliding a bit. It is getting stuck. Like they're just, I don't know, the tolerances are not good on them. So I'm gonna provide some feedback to LDO on that because it complicates everything. Like the whole point of this is to put everything in loosely so you can kind of shimmy it around where it needs to go. But when each one is so tough, when you have 10 of them or 20 of them, good luck. Like it's not moving, you know? So, what am I doing? So this is gonna be on the bottom. Yeah. Okay, so we need to align it with the top ones. Yeah, I can't believe how freaking tough these are. I mean, it's just like, it's so much, it's scratching the anodized coating off when I'm moving it. It's bizarre. Oh. Had I known, had I checked these, 50-50 on that, you don't want this moving. But it won't move once you fasten them down. Every Milo comes with a gym membership. Okay, Mandic had the same problem. Gotcha. I mean, I guess I can understand sort of tight, but in this case, like, you have to be able to align it. So let's go ahead and just install a couple. I'm not even going to use the not going to use the automatic screwdriver for right now. Let's just use by hand. Milo is the gym. What did Phil say? I have a recipe for slightly fruity chili. Ooh, yum. I've got a chili recipe as well. Aaron loves it. Okay, so that's loose. I'm just gonna put a couple of these in. I think we'll just put 4 of these in. So we got 2 side by side, and then I'll go as far as I can on the other end and see if that will let us move this. Okay. Okay, that seems to work. Okay. Okay, that seems pretty good. Oh, your shirt, nice. How is it? Is it still as soft as I remember them being? Also not a fan of how few threads. Yeah, they don't go in very far, do they? In this case. Okay, so now I should be able to power through the rest of these guys using... Yeah, we're gonna call that good. Power through the rest of these using this one. I bet she just loves you bringing her food for a change. I do make food. We had our old neighbors over on Sunday, and I made firecracker salmon, which turned out really yummy. I gotta open a giveaway, don't I? All right, let me get these. Let me just get these 2 rows in, and then we'll open the filament giveaway. It's a soft and quite warm, like fresh out of the dryer, but the dryer was... That's funny. I remember being a kid and why are we not going in? There we go. I remember being a kid in the mornings for school and sometimes throwing in like my shirts and boxers in the dryer just so I can go out and grab them again. There's nothing quite like clothes fresh out the dryer. I will end up going over these and hand tightening them after. They probably will need an extra little snug because I have this set to the lowest level. I have to figure out what I'm making. You mean for dinner? or making, like with printer? Or, I never know if we're talking about, you know, if we're talking about food or we're talking about making something. I guess it is making. That does not seem right. You look pretty aligned. Let's see. Usually food. Nice. My mom is finding something on this stream hilarious. Wait, I really wish I could see what is going on in that brain. I wonder what it is as well. As Mom mentioned, I finally set up backup. Nice! This is what backups are for. Nice. Nice job, Iconic. One of those things, man. Like, hopefully you'll never need it. It's like your, you know, like the fire extinguisher, man. Hopefully you'll never need it, but shoot, if there's a fire, you'll want to be able to put it out quickly. Not the same at all, but to me the reference made sense. Are you still building the DIY positron if you are getting an LDO? Yes, I am. I am still going to be doing that. I mentioned it a little bit ago that I got the power supply in as well as the barrel connector. So all I need to do is go into, I need to download the CAD. Actually, I think I have the CAD, yeah, because we were referencing it. So I need to go into the CAD and modify the side that the existing socket goes into to accept just this sort of round barrel jack opening, and then I need to reprint that part. And then basically we'd be ready to move forward at that point. So I do think that because we're sort of on this Milo train, that we're gonna just continue with Milo for now, and go to the positron after that. We'll revisit it. The positron, I've got all the parts nicely tucked into these like drawers behind me, while Milo is getting really big and taking up quite a bit of space. So wait a minute. Tell me I'm not screwing up, guys. Hold on. Okay, no. So they're supposed to be M510s. Have I been using M510s? Or did I start grabbing M512s? I don't know. We're gonna go back. I don't think these all look like they've bottomed out, so hopefully we're okay. But yeah, that was I shouldn't have such similar screws side by side like that. You're not screwing. Don't listen. Yeah, we're definitely gonna go back to a G-piece. I've got to see that through. Okay, that is done. Let's open up this giveaway, and then I'm gonna quickly have a few bites of this before the yogurt gets warm. So let me go front cam really quickly here. Hello, everybody. Wait, how do we already have 21 responses? How do we have 21 responses already? That don't make no sense. I'm deleting. Okay, anybody that somehow got the link, everybody, it's starting over right now. There's 0 responses, so everybody refill it out. I don't know where the link. I think it uses the same link, so there's that. But anyone that has entered in, that thinks they entered in, you have not. Enter in now. Enter in now. There we go. Oh, links in the description. Oh, that was from last week because we had issues. Okay. I deleted everybody's because nobody should be able to enter in advance, but re-enter in now. You'll be able to enter in. I'll delete it from the description. Yeah, that was my bad. Last week I couldn't pin anything, and so we had to resort to that, and it auto-copied last week's stuff. Also, if you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. Has Jack brought home daycare plague yet? My wife brought home. Oh no, no, no. So far Jackson has never been to daycare. He's here. So with Lightburn, I work basically morning time till 4 or 5 o'clock, and Erin pretty much only works nights. So she usually works 4:30 onward or 5 onward. And so because of that, the days she works, we'll basically swap off. So whenever she leaves to work, I'll take over watching Jackson. And then he usually goes to, well, last night he didn't go to bed till like 9:45 because he fought it for 2 hours. But usually he goes to bed around 7:30 or 8. And so once I get him down to bed, then I start my night shift, which is until I'm tired usually. I'm trying to stop and let myself have like a ramp where I read a book or something before going to bed, but a lot of the years has been just me working till like 1 or 2 in the morning on videos and testing and stuff like that. But I am cutting back a bit just I knew forever it wouldn't be sustainable, that level of just going every single day, but I have to listen to my body, and lately it's just like, ooh, yeah, you got to relax a bit. So, but yeah, the daycare hasn't had to happen yet. Upgraded one of my Mark IIIs from Mark III and found it's insane compared to before. Never thought this machine from 2019. Yeah, because the Mark 3.5 gives you basically the new board, right? It's like new board, new screen, and you get input shaping with that. So that should be a pretty substantial jump in print speed. Hi, hi KR. Hi Dans. All right, I'm gonna eat for like 2 or 3 minutes here. I won't be able to eat all this. It's a big bowl of fruit, and then I'll go back to it, and then we'll continue. For anybody that watched on Mandic Labs or Alan's stream, you said that his T-nuts were also really tight or difficult to move. What did he do then? Like, did he do basically what I'm doing, where he sort of pre-aligned them and then clamped them down? Because once it's not, I'm used to with T-nuts or roll-ins where, you know, you can thread them 1 or 2 turns so it catches, but you still have the ability to slide them back and forth. So I'm curious as to what he did, because that's the only solution I can think of, is to basically have it right where you need it before you clamp anything down. You guys want to see a print that's gonna finish in a minute? Let me turn this around. Ah. That is the first helmet I've ever printed in my 10.5 years of 3D printing. It is nearly done. A little under 24 hours. He clamped the whole part in place, and so I guess made sure that they could not move inside. Gotcha. Okay. I'll have to watch what he did later on. LDO roll-ins have been hit or miss on extrusions for a while. I feel like I haven't experienced it, but I also haven't. I'm trying to think. The last LDO printer I built was a 2.4, and I think maybe they were kind of tight, but I don't think they were nearly this tight. This is a step up. I've yet to print a helmet as well. Yeah, I tried. I tried on the Comgro T500. Tried printing a Stormtrooper helmet like 5 times, and it just kept failing. So I gave up on that. But yeah, because I'm not really like, I don't do cosplay or anything like that, and I don't really know too many people, at least around me, that are doing a whole lot of cosplay stuff. I just haven't printed helmets, but I figured this is a big printer, and if there's a time to print one, it's probably now. So yeah, pretty impressive. This is a 0.2 layer height. I think I did 3 walls, 20% infill, and default settings on the SVO8. Quite a bit of support underneath the inside. And it was, I want to say roughly 21.5 hours, maybe 22 hours, which feels fast to me for a 0.2 layer height, especially. Also, if possible, could you not start from the middle of the side part to be able to align the outer nuts then? The middle of the side part. I'm not exactly sure what you mean. Hey, it's done. Only helmet I ever made was about palm size. Nice. Helmet cherry pop. Yeah, it's done. I'm not gonna take it off the printer yet because I want to get a shot of it. But man, that turned out really, really nice. It's in Polymaker. What is it? Is there metallic blue Pro Series or Pro? It looks freaking gorgeous. I mean, that is I'm impressed. I am impressed. It turned out awesome. So I'm getting closer to wrapping up the SV08 review. Fashionably late, I know, but I wanted to take my time and make sure I had my thoughts together based off of, you know, how things have been going, which is a lot of good, really. All right, 2 more bites and then we'll get going. You said you're remodeling the house, Dark Third? What are you doing to it? Next time you can skip a whole lot of support. Yeah, so I was kind of in a hurry to get this thing sliced up. And because I haven't done helmets, I know that there's a bunch of videos out there on like, you don't need these, you don't need these. And so I probably went way overkill on supports. But because I don't have experience with helmets it's such, I mean, it was like almost, maybe not a full kilogram, but 800 grams roughly. I didn't want to risk it, but I'm sure there's a lot of things I could have trimmed out. I mean, starting with the middle profile parts fixed first, and then add the outer profiles later to be able to align a few nuts at a time. You mean like the center profiles, these guys? Okay, let's do... So for the next one, it needs to be 30 millimeters lower. So basically this, or no, I'm sorry, not 30. I think it was 18 millimeters lower. So we want it to be in line with this. So right about there should be pretty perfect. So this needs to, wait. That can't be right. No, this needs to be 30 millimeters. What am I missing here? That can't be flush. Unless this is different because of the mod. What am I missing? This looks to be flush. This needs to go down 30 mil. No, that is right. Okay. Yeah. I just got to move the nuts. Okay. Okay, so basically what I can do is take this and slide this. Yeah, I should have aligned more of these beforehand. I think that's what you're getting at, right, Dark? It's 18 millimeters. Yeah, okay, perfect. Which we measured this printed part, which is right at 18 millimeters. So as long as I can get access to these. Also, is music still playing? I don't hear it anymore. Unless, I wonder if Aaron, oops. No, it's still playing. Remember the extrusions are different height. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think I tripped myself out there for a second.
Okay, so those bottom ones are good. Now these top ones are where they need to go way further down. Oh my god, dude. They're so tricky to move. So the bottom one should be at the right height. I'm gonna show in a second here. Okay, so I want to show this. This is how aggressive. See that? Look at all that in the anodized aluminum. These T-nuts are just, they're bad. They're bad. Like there's no way to sugarcoat it. It's such a tight fit that it's completely removing all that anodizing when you slide them. So that's why I'm having to like really like align things before attaching, because I can't, like there's no moving. It takes so much force to move these that once it's tightened down, I'm screwed basically. So I've never experienced T-nuts this tight ever. So something's definitely up. It's not the norm. M510s. Are the threads blown out on the back side of the nut? I think that they are. Let me grab one of these. Well, this doesn't look like it is. I think maybe a little bit. So I don't know if you guys will be able to see this. It's such a small. Oh shit! 1 second. Heavy camera. Can we focus? You can't really. It looks like the lips of all these could use a slight deburring, basically. But yeah, I'll let Jason know, because that's something that, I mean, there's so many of these used that it definitely has an impact on the build experience. These need to be better. Did they go super heavy on the powder coating, or just some? I think they're just the T-nuts. Because when I used the other T-nuts from the Cyborg kit, the M5s, they slide nicely. I don't think it's the coating. I think it's just these T-nuts. Hey, I can. Yeah, it's wild. Wild, wild, wild. So, but anyone, I feel like I wanted to show that, because if anyone's wondering, like, what is he doing? Well, it's because I am struggling over here. Okay, so hopefully I can still wiggle these a little bit. Okay, so it should be flush with the printed part, so I should be safe now to, should be safe to tighten this down. Okay, that looks good. I'm gonna go back later and just tighten things down even more, but for now, this is fine. Nothing's moving. Yeah, overspec cut on the T-nuts is not uncommon. Seems like a consistent issue with LDO kits. They need to switch suppliers. Yeah, I didn't know that it was a. I mean, other than hearing from Del Mar right now. I didn't know that it was an issue in general. So, but yeah, I feel like as you know, LDO provided the kit, but as someone that's building it, it's my responsibility to at least provide the feedback, because if they're not aware, someone should be telling them. I guess that's what I'm getting at. Okay. Alrighty. Second one is in. I feel like today this is largely what we're gonna do. I might even have to finish the second half off stream. It's taken so long. And then next week we'll basically wrap up the Z and move forward. Matthew, thank you for the 19 months. Let's do air horn. Thank you for the canvas video and nice new haircut. Thank you. I mentioned earlier that I made some dinner for our old neighbors on Sunday, and it was like 2.5 hours. I'm looking at my hairy arm. This is the one with the watch. It was like 2 hours before they were coming over, and I usually try to get a haircut once a month. It had been 2 months. I just was so busy with work and stuff, and we share a car, Erin and me, so when she's at work, I can't just take the car because I don't have one. And so I saw that the haircutter I go to was working, and I dropped everything. I was like, I gotta go. So I drove half an hour and got a haircut. But yeah, it's been warm here, so it feels nicer to have a little less hair on top of the head. Quality takes time. You can take the time now or chase it later. In reference to, what is that in reference to, Delmar? Giveaway link also is open, so it's pinned in chat. I'm gonna let it go for 10 more minutes because I was a little bit late today. So 10 more minutes, and then we'll stop the entries and we'll do a drawing for a spool of Polymaker filament. For anyone that hasn't been in one, it's global. If you don't have a Discord username, just put NA or just put something random. I don't usually use that. And I dump everyone's info after. There's no mailing lists, there's no nothing. So there's nothing to lose and potentially a spool to gain. So, oh, all the work you're taking to make it square and build it. Yeah, with something like this, I mean, I know that Steve had to have taken more time than me on this. Like, I have a lot of respect for the attention to detail, but I at least am trying my best with my squirreliness to give it its best chance at being successful and me being able to use it as a tool in the garage or in the workshop. So mailing list equals, yeah, the Modbot Army Discord is the mailing list, exactly. What you eating? It is white tangerines, nectarines, white tangerines, white nectarine, white nectarines, oranges, blueberries, apples, vanilla yogurt, and granola with almonds. That's what we're doing. Did your kit come before the batch one? Because they look a little different from what I remember. Mine is from batch. Mine was batch. This is batch 2. This is the batch 2 kit. Okay, so next we want so our reference point is going to be the top now. We want these last two to be in line with this. So I will take, before we do anything, let's get, trying to think here. Oh, this one only has one. So let's go right now. Go to the side again. I'm yet to win here. Gotta win for the trilogy. Hey, there's a lot of, I mean, not everybody, but a lot of people are like, I never win. And I'm like, well, I do see, even to this day, a lot of new names on the giveaways. So it's definitely, I mean, I do see repeats too. And I'm like, how did you win so many times? But there's a lot of new names that come up on the giveaways. So never say never. Okay, so this looks like, So now that I got the top two lined, I'm basically just manually sliding everything down until I see the top two lined and I know that one's good, and then I can rinse and repeat. Shouldn't be too bad. Take me another minute or two to get this one finished. Okay. Okay, it looks pretty good. Now the bottom, we only have two. So for these ones, I think I can just maybe push. Well, if the T-nuts moved easily, I would be able to just push, but they don't. So I have to. Okay, that looks pretty dang good, I think. So let's, I'm gonna use a 1, 2, 3 block to move the crap out of the way. I'm gonna show it too, just so that way someone can see it in case someone's trying to do this later. But basically, this is the height that we need this to be at and the final one. So I'm shoving the 1, 2, 3 block right here and then butting this up against that to ensure that they're at the exact same height. And for some reason, now that, oh, I'm a, there was a T-nut in the way when I was aligning things before, so things are not perfectly aligned. Oh, this is why we check things. Let me grab this little driver. Luckily, they're not too far off, but that's silly me. Okay. All right, let's get at least a couple of these screws in, so that way it's locked in, and then we will do this drawing. Will you be building an enclosure for this, or do a lot of stuff? So yeah, I've got to figure out. I have a Shapeoko in the garage, and that one I only use for like plywoods and acrylics, and I have a dust boot on that, and so for that it's fine. Metal shavings is a different story. The idea of little metal shavings on the garage, and I epoxied the floors when we moved in, and so it's, wait, why are we not? Let's not strip this. What's going on here? 1 second. It'll be impossible for me to see little metal shavings, and I wear flip-flops a lot, so yeah, I've got to figure out something long term. It's not gonna fly having metal chips just flying around in the garage. So I would like to build a casa. My biggest concern is size. Like it's a big. What am I doing here? It's a big enclosure, footprint wise, so I'll have to figure out how to accommodate that. But yeah, for cutting, oh shoot, I just realized, has it been like that the whole time where you guys have just been looking at my arms? I hope not. Closed toes in a workshop. I mean, it's a garage though, like, and a lot of time I'm not working out there. I'm not saying that I wear flip-flops. I'm not saying I wear flip-flops while I am using a CNC. That is not what I meant. No, I just meant that, like, passing through, you know, to go to the backyard or the garden or whatever. I've been watching streams regularly for over 2 years now, and I only went, wow, that is crazy. I feel like, wow. I'm sorry, Nuno. All right, I'm gonna put these last, there's like 6 screws in. Let my foot be a warning about safety flip-flops not working. Yeah, no, I do promise that I will not be wearing flip-flops while operating machinery. But I mean, when I'm letting the dogs out or I'm, you know, going to check on the garden or something like that, I'm a big fan of the flip-flops. They're convenient and they're let your feet breathe and, you know. Yeah. But I do agree that if you're machining stuff, yeah, flip-flops are probably not the best answer. And they were both on Steve's streams. Huh. I feel like I maybe need to do a little bit more Loctite on these. I don't know. That's all right. Okay. Let's do this giveaway drawing. So let's make somebody that's unlucky lucky. It is definitely a numbers game when it comes to giveaways. Totally random thing, really quick here. Last random rant by me, and then we'll do this, I promise. So, the couple of neighborhoods around us had a community garage sale on Saturday, and we drove around. We walked one, but it was super hot, and one of them had the craziest stuff, like name brand, like all new stuff, right? Like name brand bags, camping gear, stand-up paddle boards, kayaks, the Blackstone grills, and I was like, what the heck? And the prices were pretty expensive, and I asked, and he was willing to share. His wife, he says, my wife enters 200 to 300 giveaways a day, and they had a Weber grill in their backyard. They had a Traeger grill. He's like, all this stuff was won, and I was like, what the heck? So I'm not saying to enter 200 or 300 giveaways a day, but the more you enter, clearly, you know, the more likely you are to win. I was blown away. I was like, what the heck? Like, I don't know if they were an older couple, and I'm like, I don't know if they're retired and it's like something she does to pass time, or if it's like their side hustle. But like, how do you compete? I was shocked because I think it's a manual thing, and I'm like, how is she competing with bots? I was very impressed. So, okay, everybody, enough random talk. Was willing to share it? No. There's a pause in there. There was maybe there was a pause in there I shouldn't have had. Okay, so I am gonna remove the message. I bet they get all the spam mail. Yeah, with the amount of spam I get, and I feel like maybe she's a bot. She didn't say anything. She was on her phone. She was on her phone he was doing all the talking. She was on the phone in the garage. I imagine joining giveaways. I'm just like, what the heck? Hey man, I guess, I don't know. All right, we've got 71 replies. Do we have 71 likes? Are we at 71 likes? I haven't looked. We got 48 likes. Come on, guys. We can do better than that. If you haven't hit the like button, smack the like button. I believe. All right. I've heard it helps your odds on the giveaway. I don't know. Okay. Here we go. 71 people. 71. All right. Not a mod bot, though. No, definitely not a mod bot. She was on the phone joining. Yeah, I think she was, too. No days off, man. I wonder how she even, how do you even find out about all these giveaways, man? It was funny because it made sense when he said it. Like, all of the name brand stuff were limited edition. So, like, there was these nice handbags, but they said Stella, like the beer company, Stella Artois, or I don't know how you say it, Artois, I don't know. And then there was, like, the, they had a brand new camping set that had like camping, or the tent, 2-person tent with sleeping bags and pads, but it said Dos Equis on the side of it. Oh man, okay. I can't, I have clicked it. Okay, clicking is fine, Beef, I appreciate it. I don't like the new layout at all. How do you find that many giveaways? That's what I'm wondering too, like is there a central hub where people say, here's all the giveaways, but like if you knew that info, why would you give it away? Unless it's like a paid mailing list and the person that's running it says, hey, I make my money back. I don't know. Anyways, let's shuffle this stinking wheel. Let's see. Today, the range will be 13 to 27. That is our range. Nice. Tor got the Trident working. We'll do an air horn for that. Stella or Toys is a Belgian company. Oh, nice. I like Stella. I've always said, because I used to work at a bar and we sold Bud Light and Stella, and whenever I had Stella, I was like, it's like the fancy Bud Light. I see 3 18s. We'll do 18s. That seems to be a hot number today. All right, and I know that almost everyone here has heard me say this probably like 50 to 60 times now at least, but for anyone new, I will contact the winner via email within 24 hours, except for last week, and I'm sorry about that. I wasn't feeling well, and I apologize. And yeah, if you're in the US or Canada, you'll get a gift card. Anywhere else in the world, we'll get to pick a spool of Polymaker filament from a big list of PLA, ABS, PTGs, and ASAs, I think is the one I missed. Yeah, that should be just about it. Thank you to Polymaker for letting us do this. Polymaker is awesome, and if you want to support the channel and get some awesome filament, there are links in the description below where you can do so, and it's always appreciated. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Good luck, everybody. Here we go. Dark Third Dimension. Nuno, you were so close, man. I just like wasn't sure if it was gonna be you. It was so close to you, man. Oh, geez, it's like almost like a tease. Dark Third Dimension, congratulations! So you are our winner for the week. Let's go. Sony View. There he is. Yes. So I will send you an email later on tonight. It was really funny though, because Nuno was just talking about it, and it was like, that's the closest you can basically be. So I will, let's do, first off, we'll do some cheering for you. So I will, oh yeah, now you've got filament. You got an excuse. You say, hey, it's a sign. I won a giveaway, you know. So congratulations. I will contact you within 24 hours, and then I think you're in the States. Pretty 99% sure in the States, but I could be wrong. So yeah, you'll get that form. So congratulations. Thank you everybody for entering in, and we will do this again, same place, same time, next week. So let's get our last piece of this stinking thing on here. Got water. I'm gonna quickly take one more bite of this. That's a lot of fruit. All right. Last one on this side. Then we gotta flip it and do it all over again. Okay, so we will. Okay. You know what's gonna be interesting? I'm gonna have to align everything on the other side first, because I'm not gonna be able to slide the extrusions like this. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. This is like I think the last really big piece like this. Then I think everything else will go a little bit quicker. Come on, nut. Okay. Final two. Last one. Okay. Wait a minute. the heck just happened here? Okay. Okay. Yep. Oh. There we go. All right, so just so everyone sees again, because the top 3 extrusions need to be exactly aligned with each other. You can't really see that, but this one, and the one we're about to put on, I'm just gonna use the 1, 2, 3 block and push this up against the top of these guys. So flipping it over like this and sliding it in with the block. Cool. We do need some more Loctite though. It'd be kind of cool if the kit came with Loctite, just because it's a requirement. Like with a lot of the builds, it's kind of optional, although you should really. It'd be kind of cool if it just came with a stick of Loctite. Hi all, are there plans to sell Z-axis planes from LDO on AliExpress? Z-axis plates? You mean like the big CNC plate for the Z to travel on? I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer to that. I feel like Jason and LDO, generally speaking, do I feel like Jason and LDO, generally speaking, do sell like kits. You know, like they've got motor kits and rail kits and stuff. So it's possible, but I think right now, because they're still catching up to pre-orders, I don't anticipate, I anticipate it'll be a bit until you see any sort of standalone stuff like that. Okay, so this is still, this should still be loose, right? Yeah. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's continue with these. Any plans for what you're gonna mill with this thing? Yeah, a couple things. So Steve and I have been talking about the Tic Tac, which is like a V-Minion mod that's even smaller, and it has some custom CNC'd parts. So I'd like to do that. I also have plans for a printer upgrade from an existing build we did, and I'm gonna be switching it from printed to CNC motor mounts. Those are kind of the immediate, or the immediate things I'd like to do once I've figured out how to actually cut some aluminum and, you know, make it look okay. I'm sure I'll find more things. Like I mean, a lot of printer mods really, since it's aluminum, maybe I'll find more things as I go, but I'm also open to, if anybody's got some ideas of things that they think could be cool projects, I'm certainly open to ideas. Are those beers nice? LDO has no resellers that sell on AliExpress. Oh, you're saying on AliExpress specifically. Gotcha. Yeah, that I don't know. I don't think LDO sells on AliExpress. I guess I misread that and more just thought you meant like, are they gonna sell these things like in other places? That is not what you asked, so apologies. Belgian beers, nice. Does the LTT screwdriver work with iFixit bits? I don't know. I don't have any iFixit bits. These are, I bought the, like, I think I bought 2 extra sets with this. So I got the metric set, or the hex, I'm sorry, not metric, the hex set, which is primarily what I have fed in here. And then I have, what else do I have? I bought like 2 or 3 of the sets that came with, the LTT cells when I bought this. And they've worked really well. I haven't worn any down to the point where they need replacement. I would imagine there's probably an adapter, if not. Aldeo's a Western company, isn't it? Ali is mostly Chinese retailers. Aldeo is a Chinese company, Elizabeth. Or Liz, I still bounce back and forth. But yeah, they're a Chinese company. They sell a lot in Western resellers, but DIY a lightweight rail for one of the Borons, as well as CNC AB mounts and gantry mounts. I would love, does anybody have, like, are there CNC, there have to be, right? Is there CNC motor mounts available for Boron printers that aren't like, just, I know some of the manufacturers like BQ, or not BQ, but Chaotic Lab and a couple others make them, but I don't know if they're like, are those open source mods that anyone can make? I believe iFixit is precision, which is typically 4 mil. It's a standard. Okay. Micron Plus and the Ender NG conversion are 2 projects I'd like to see. Maybe a trad rack. Yeah, ERC V2 is definitely going to happen. NG is also going to happen. Micron Plus is up in the air for now. Here to get an LDO motor. Go looking in the annex. In the annex, you're referring to aluminum mounts? Double T has some good CNC parts. Okay, I'll have to ask him then. I was just talking to him the other day. I have some from Funser, although I don't like to give them money. Sweet, well, that's cool. I'll ask Double T then. All right, so we did the half of it. So we installed all this. Bottom 4 holes will remain without a bolt, which is good because we have nothing in our bottom 4 holes. The vibrations use thread lock. If using T-nuts for assembly, having a thin, long, and semi-flexible tool to guide them into place is a godsend. Couldn't really do a whole lot with that, but this now it says loosely bolt in the second. So this one says loosely bolt in the second and then slide everything into place. I don't think I'll be able to do that. So I'm gonna have to, what the hell? I'm gonna have to align everything. Let's see. Yeah, nearly everything for me is gonna have to be aligned before. Man, this looks nice. It looks nice. I like it. Forgot to remove the giveaway. The giveaway comment's gone on my end. Maybe refresh the page, you know? Sometimes it doesn't go away unless it's refreshed. There are a couple Double T of 6mm plates, and so does Chinese shell script for CNC or laser. Okay, sick. I was just talking to Double T and I didn't realize. I guess I should have known that. A machinist hammer I don't have. I do have a rubber mallet. Well, what I can do, since this needs to be flush with this, that's my point. So I can just basically put everything in. I can slide all the T-nuts in like that. It shouldn't be that, I don't think it'll be that bad. Where's my NEMA hammer? I gave away all of my spare printer parts a couple weeks ago. Well, that's not true. I have like repair pieces, I suppose, but like all my extra motors, no, I'm not entirely sure either. I gave away a lot of my spare parts a few weeks ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A machinist hammer will be a wise investment for using this thing anyway. I think I can picture what a machinist hammer is. I feel like it's small machinist hammer. Oops. Okay, yeah, that's basically what I was picturing. Okay, good to know. Nice! Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, man. Let's see, we'll do a full... Nice is gonna get a Hadouken. And... Have you had dinner, Nice? I don't know if you've had dinner yet. We'll do the... I wonder what's for dinner. Thank you very much for the support. Looks like PC got a membership. I can help got a membership. Jeff Thorson, Lucas, Robert, Red Sky, Midlife, Tor, and I think I might have missed one more. But thank you, Nice. Thanks, man. Yeah, these nuts. If you get this kit, I just hope that you've got better nuts than I do. That's what I'm hoping for. Nope, that's the wrong way. Better nuts than I do. Did I use any of my creator memberships? That's a great question. I don't know if I did for this month. Membership gifting. I have. Okay, sweet. I can gift. I'll give 5 right now. Remind me next week too, and I'll do 5 more. Hey, Dutch. I posted links to the CNC guarantee. Cool, sweet. Thank you for doing that. There are so many things on the live stream channel I need to capture somewhere for going back to in the future. A lot of gold in that channel. Try to turn this so you guys can see what the heck I'm doing. Hey, RH3D's here. We were just talking like briefly about the NG mod. That's the man himself. Do you need a to-do channel? Yeah, probably. I probably do. Well, yeah, I probably do. It's going pretty good, man. Just freaking busy as ever. Trying to slow down a little bit, but still not doing great at that. So, how are you doing? When are you coming out to unable to ping RH3D? Huh, weird. Probably the last donation for next month. Needs to be careful with the startup. Hey, I get it. Definitely focus on your business, man. I want you to be successful with that. So definitely always appreciate, all support, memberships and donations and gifting subs and all that. But when life stuff comes up, that's got to be the priority. So. I never get free memberships. Sorry, Nuno. Thank you for 14 months, man. You squirrel. Nah, you get cheers as well. Same thing here. BLED is constantly selling out. Wow, that's a really good problem to have, man. That's a really good problem to have. That's awesome. Seriously, congratulations. You should do a revisit sometime. Dude, it is so tough for me to do a revisit. The list of things like that haven't even been visited is so long that it's tough, man. I can see if it's something that I can possibly do, but I'm behind. Like, I'm probably months out, even with just the current queue of things I need to make videos on and cover. Okay, so Zombie, thank you for the banana. Okay, so these need to go higher up, clearly. These all need to go higher up. So you need to go Shit, that was too far. We've gone too far. Next week's stream, we are going to make more progress quicker. As the firmware's changed to a lot, and you can now go ESP32 and extend it. That's awesome. If people made add-ons like other, I know there was talk about at one point, like I think chamber sensor stuff and things like that. How many bananas would it take to sponsor a Screwfinity unit video? Dude, all the bananas. I can see if I can find a use case for one of those Screwfinities. It wouldn't be able to do like a full dedicated video, but at least like printing one out for a review or something like that. Okay. I don't think this is right. Nope. You're gonna have like 8 bunches of bananas. I'll know. If my life is ever like being not in danger, is not the word, but like if I ever see like weird banana things, I'm like, it's gotta somehow be tied back to zombie. It's the only explanation. Okay. So I can't actually tighten any of these down because they all need to be lined up. So the good thing is that I can use these ones that are lined up correctly to line up these ones. So I know, like, if I move this plate, I know I need the exact same 3 at the top, so that at least gives me a pretty close spot. 100 bananas minimum. I like, oh, yeah, 100 bananas might be good. It's actually a great max build volume test. I'm really trying to convert my storage space to, like, I need to print out Gridfinity, just little bins for all these drawers. You can't see that. I don't know why I opened the drawer like you'd be able to see it. But time, and like for videos, like I was printing out a bunch of little grid trays on the SV08, but like it's not exactly a very exciting thing to show, right? Like, yeah, it can print a fairly basic block grid, so I haven't been printing out. I need to print out tons. I need like hundreds. Like, it's not an exaggeration. I need hundreds of little screw organizer bins. Okay. So this one has the 3 up top, then we need 3 to match these 3, and then 1 on the bottom. That's it for the second channel. Don't forget this side has to align with other side too. So use 1, 2, 3 block on the end. Yeah. So I was, to get this alignment right here, I was aligning, I was using a 1, 2, 3 block down here on this lip, which is this lip right here. But I will as well. Once I tighten it down or whatever, I'll double check to make sure it's pushed up. But I was using that as at least a reference point, the lip of the other aluminum plate. Because I get so distracted on streams, I did read some of the fine print before today, or I think I just did this morning actually. I'm sure these will have to be moved, but at least if they're within range, it'll be a minimal adjustment compared to me just loading them and guessing where they're going to be. Nuno, thank you for the banana. There's a bunch of bananas in chat today. I had a banana right before stream. I'm eating fruit on, this is been a very fruity stream today. All right, this channel is done. All right, one more bite of fruit. We're making progress. So we got down to like the final third of the bowl. Did we get up to 75 likes? I haven't checked. We're at 69. Of course we are. Of course we're at 69 likes. If you haven't hit the like button, let's get to 75. Okay. So the next one, we only need one on the bottom and 3 down from here. So one on the bottom. That one slid in nicely. That's what I like to see. Just need more of that. All right, one there. Ooh, that one was really nice too. What's going on, T-Nuts? Huh? What's going on? Okay, so the next one looks like it is the exact same. So we'll do the same thing here. Right there, approximately. Another banana. Oh, that's a slip. That's just the peel, man. That doesn't count. Thank you very much, Blue Hollow. Appreciate it, man. That's a Mario Kart banana right there. The booby trap banana. How many rolls of unopened filament you'll have just sitting around? I have no idea. If I had to guess, well, unopened, most of mine are open even if they're not used. I live in a pretty dry climate, so it rarely affects me. But like full rolls of filament, if I had to guess, I'm gonna say probably around 100. I'm gonna say probably around 100. It's all in pretty much this walk-in closet as well as some in the garage. It'll be a lot easier for me to tell once it's on racks, which is another project that has been taking way longer than expected. But yeah, I'd say probably around 100. But I don't know. Between moving and stuff, like it's hard to know. And like, yeah, I don't know. That's my guess. Do I ruin the 69? Yes, we need to get to 75. Why does it look like some of these? Okay, so the next one, we've got same top, same top, same top. Okay, so I have one unopened roll sitting around, and then even like 22 open rolls, and maybe like another 10 rolls that are there's like 50 grams left on the end of the spool. Yeah, even before like the YouTube channel growing and getting like filament spools sent, I had a lot of filament. I just hoarded stuff. Like, I don't know why. Even to this day, like if I get a really pretty spool of filament, I act like I can't use it. Like, oh my God, like, no, it's so nice. It's gotta be for this crazy, like, you know, super unique project. And is anybody else like that? Like, I'm really weird. I feel like a dragon, like hoarding treasure. Like, that's how I feel about the filament. I don't get why. Like, I don't think there's any logical reasoning for it other than, I don't know. I don't have a really good reason. Okay, so then, we've got, what are we doing here? This one only has one. Next one, so these two, starts at the same height as these. So skip. I have, I think, 35 or so. Every time I just think, bah, I should use a more standard color. Yeah, same exact thing here. I did, so this Mandalorian helmet, I did use a Polymaker metallic blue, which to me is a really pretty color that I would save for something special. But I was like, this is a full helmet. It's you know, my first full helmet that hopefully completes successfully. So I did use up a pretty one for that. But yeah, a lot of times I'm like, don't I have just like a standard color? Okay, so we're down to the last 5. Nope, I can't count. The last 8 that need to go in. So let's do this. I have a hard time using pretty filament. Why I have so much? Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I've always liked collecting things. Like I've talked about this before, but like, you know, when I was a kid, cards, like Pokemon cards, and then when I was an adult, I got really into collecting retro video games. So like I always like collecting things. So I think it's just some, like, I don't know, it's a personality thing, or like I don't really have an answer to it, but I have a thing for collecting things. Just like looking at them. It brings me joy. It makes me happy just looking at them. I have too much filament. I never use my pretty filament. Oh my god, 280? That makes me feel way better. That makes me feel way better. Next time my Aaron says like, do you need more filament? I'll be like, well, Aaron, other Aaron has 280. Okay, we are getting there. We are getting there. Final 4 on the bottom. Let me slide this up a little bit. Oops. Ugh. All this talk about bananas, I had to get one. Nice. Join the banana squad. Yeah, I've been having quite a few lately because my acid reflux has been really bad, and banana is going to be like one of the few things I can eat that doesn't affect it and kind of helps kind of coat my stomach a little bit. So banana powers. How do you store all those and also know what you have? The answer is I don't. Right now they're all stacked up like on the ground vertically, like up on each other in the closet. There's 3 bookshelves that are supposed to hold them all, so that way I can sort them by like material type and color. I just haven't finished building it. At the previous rental, I had a couple of rep racks, so those ones were really easy for me to see. I kept like all ABS on an ASA on one side, PLA up top, and then I had a couple other racks, and so I kind of had an idea of what was where, but now I have no idea. After the move, everything got put into big boxes, and then I just sort of unloaded everything, so I don't know what the heck I have, which is super frustrating because there's certain filaments that I used for like printer builds that I want to find for mods, and I can't figure out where the heck they are. So I wish I'd put a little more thought into that before moving, but with the move I really just wanted to get everything over here and kind of took priority over some sort of a good system. Oops. Why does this... weird. Okay, that seems decent. Okay, I think I've got all of them lined up. Let's see. Okay, 1, 2, 3 block ain't gonna work for that. It's too short. So this is what we're gonna use. So I think that I can access all of these. I think I can access all of these. So like the holes aren't all perfectly aligned, but they're aligned enough to where I can get an Allen key to sort of nudge them a little bit. Filament sorting stream. Oh man, that'd be fun. I am not against, like, I like just hanging out a lot. I have a lot of fun with it. So I know that not everyone, like some people are like, hey, I just want to see you build stuff or, you know, whatever, which is fine. But I'm definitely not against some sort of like kind of just really chill streams where we do some weird random stuff. Currently I have 26 spools open. How many unopened do you have? Well, you know what they say, admitting it is half the problem. I'm done under 40 rolls at the moment, and my Apple Watch died, so I owe the credit card. Do more filament for me for a while. No, oh, no more filament. Oh, gotcha. You got to get a new Apple Watch. I thought you meant it died like battery, but even it died. Most of my film is PLA. I sell print, so I always have stock, but I do have lots of ABS, ASA, and carbon fiber. Do none of you use Spoolman? I've wanted to check out Spoolman for a long time, but I've never used it. I was looking at Spoolman, just keep getting sidetracked. That is also me. It wouldn't work for me since I custom printers bamboos. I only have 9 unopened spools. Okay. Let's put some bolts in. I'm not going to tighten anything down yet. Oh, I was like, where the heck's my screwdriver? Honestly, a filament sorting stream would end up being the same experience for me personally as any of your streams. I'm mostly just here to listen to you ramble. I get the feeling that that's not a one-off thing. I think there's probably other people that would say the same thing. Okay, so that one's loosely in. I think I'll do that one, and then one down here. Let's get this guy down here. Oops. Why are we not threading in, buddy? Why are we not threading in? There we go. Okay. So, I need this plate to slide this way. Can I do it with this side? I can, yes. Okay. Okay, those are flush. I'm here for background watching. Hey, I'll take it. Have you seen Filament Fallout Shelter? No, I don't know what that is. Yeah, I feel like it's a mixed bag. I think some people hang out. Well, I think a lot of people hang out just because it's fun to hang out, and like some of it's like seeing new products. Some of it is maybe there's things to be learned. Other times it's just to hang out. I think I said that, but I do know that I've gotten at least some feedback from people that are building things that are telling me like, hey, it was really helpful to see whether it's something that I figured out or whether it's something I got stuck on, and they also got stuck on and kind of were able to walk through it with me. So for whatever the reasoning is, you know, just happy to have you here. I do really enjoy these streams, so. I'm here because of chemo, insomnia, and sleepless babies. Man, I'm sorry, Phil. That sounds rough, but I'm glad that, you know, we're able to provide some outlet, something to do. Only 13 on open, mostly East on ABS and a few Polymaker. Okay. So you said I think you said you had 30 open, so like 43 spools in total. Okay, I think we're ready to rock and roll, everybody. I just want to make sure that there's none that I can't access. It looks like all of these I can at least get a Allen key into to sort of align. Let's try to do that really quick, actually. Did music stop? Okay, I think we're in. I think we are in. Let's do it. Let's get into it. It's going. Okay. Man, it's so low. You guys can't hear it because of the noise filter or whatever, but if you're, it is very loud where I am. I've got an AC vent right here above my head, and it blows. I mean, not just like it's loud. And then the Sobel SV08 has a whiny fan. Not a fan of that fan. And so that's going. I could turn that off since the print's done, but so that's why I just can't hear the music when the AC's on. Filament fallout shelter link in live stream or Discord. It's nerdgasm inducing. Perfect. Okay. Thank you. I am very excited to get these screws in and hold this thing up just so we can see it. And I do hope and think this is probably the more tedious part of this entire build, but I haven't watched anyone else's build from beginning to end, so I don't entirely know that that's true. To be fair to everyone, that is how I typically watch live streams as well. It's like background. I treat it like a podcast almost. I like to, like, Steve's streams I usually will have on there's the TV I'm looking at here. That way I'm like shooting video or like getting B-roll or whatever I'm doing. I like having some noise or chatter, and so it's nice to be able to like look up, and then every once in a while I can pick up my phone and say something in chat, but I typically treat them like podcasts. This is also a very like, so we went through all the 8-bit tracks clearly, because this is not, wait, it is one of the 8-bit? No, it can't be. We're going back to 8-bit land. Podcast with chat, yep. Currently walking with Zelda. What kind of pupper? What kind of pupper is Zelda? Yeah, I'm working my day job right now. Currently emailing people whose cards we didn't have in stock, letting them know that they've been refunded. Oh, I totally forgot that that's what you did. I remember because we were talking about Pokemon a while back, and you told me that, and I was like, no way. Oh, that was a lot of Loctite. That screw is going nowhere fast. Except not even in, apparently. What are we doing, buddy? Seriously? Okay, I guess you are really not going anywhere. There we go. I don't get it. That one doesn't look like it's not on. Oh, yeah. So, because the ones that don't have any play to them, they won't budge at all if the threads aren't perfectly lined up. So this will be a fun one. Yeah, podcast with chat, exactly. It depends on what the stream is about for me. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, that's fair. I'm often night feeding the baby or tinkering with printers because I only get time 2 at 3 a.m. these days. Man. You have 2 kiddos, right, Phil? Is your youngest not sleeping? Because I'm trying to think. Your youngest at this point has to be. Your youngest has to be 1 by now, right? Or getting close to 1. Okay, backup is set up and Clipper's now. Nice, Tor. Nice. It's one of those things where, if it ever happens to you, it's like the lesson where you're like, okay, I learned my lesson. Never again. I'm always gonna back it up. The newest Magic the Gathering set has been popular, so we've got a lot to do. Gotcha. Funny enough, Magic, for that garage sale, the community garage sale that they were having this last weekend, there was, crap. There was one guy, like a younger, I say younger, he was like probably in his mid-20s. The guy must be getting old. Anyways, he had a booth and, or, you know, garage sale, and he had some cool stuff. He had like a bunch of Star Wars Lego sets and, okay, what the heck, hold on. Let me focus on this really quick. Why are you being a jerk, T-Nut? I don't want to cross-thread you. You look perfectly aligned. What is going on here? Kind of looks like the thread of the T-Nut just isn't very good. So I'm wondering if I just power through it. Yeah, that seemed to work. Okay, whatever. Yeah, he had a bunch of Lego stuff, and then I got one of his old jackets because he had a bunch of old like skate clothes that look in really good condition. So, but anyways, he had a Magic the Gathering box that was like a booster box from. It had to at least have been 20 years old, roughly. And they weren't unopened. Like all the cards were open. He had them sleeved and stuff like that. So we were just talking about Magic. I didn't grow up. I grew up with Pokemon and a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh. And Magic. I don't know if it was just too old for me or not too old for me. Like it was above. Yeah, I guess too old for me would be right. Or if it was that my parents just wouldn't let me like collect them because they were too dark or something like that. I don't know. But when I worked at Matter Hackers, there was. Some of the developers were playing Magic on lunch, and so I got to play like once or twice. I got smoked. I didn't have a deck built out or nothing, but it was pretty fun. I feel like I maybe missed out as a kid because with all the cards I just always collected. I never played any of the games. Man, I don't miss kids that young. Okay, yeah, 9 months and 2. Oh yeah, 2.5. Yeah, you're busy. I am 39. That's right, Aaron, you have 7 kids. I forgot. It blows my mind every time. It's just so incredible. Like I feel like you've got, I don't know what sport, but there's got to be a sport where that's a full team. My child will be 8 this year. She's small. Well, oh, I was like, it took me a second there. I was like, wait, she's what? It's a dog. Wait, maybe not. She's small, white, 4 foot. Could be a cat, For a second there, it threw me off. I was like, wait a minute, is your kid okay? Well, 4 were mine. We were a blended family. The wife started young. Okay, gotcha. Still alive, man. No matter how you slice and dice it, it's still a lot. Early Magic the Gathering was a lot darker than other card games at the time. I remember being like 8, getting freaked out by some of the stuff. Yeah, even, I think my parents were not super pro, because I went from, it was Pokemon, then Digimon for like a little bit, but Digimon I don't think had really good cards, and it was kind of like, felt like knockoff Pokemon. But then Yu-Gi-Oh! I was like, cool, because by that point I was a little bit older, and that was definitely darker, like just, I liked it a lot. I watched the show, at least the first season or 2. I remember like the Blue Eyes White Shining Dragon, Dark Magician, like the cartoon dragons, like it was sick. I really liked it. I think one of my neighbor across the street's older brothers was really into it, and that's what sort of got me into it, but I never collected it really like I did with Pokemon. But I love the artwork. I really like the artwork. Some of the characters, like the cartoon ones, are freaking sweet. It's Jack Attack! What's up, buddy? Ooh! Alright, Jackson's here to say hello. You guys get to see this tan baby, man. We brought out the kiddie pool yesterday, and he is already a much tanner kid than me, but I turned red, and this kid, look at this, he's our little tropical boy. The tropical baby. Yeah, buddy. He just wake up from his nap? His hair looks great. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Hold on. Teeth brushed. What a stud, dude. Whoa. Whoa. This is what I've been building today. It's like 68 screws. Look at, I don't align it. Yeah, this is gonna hold the. Yeah, sorry, Jake. This was what's gonna hold the spindle that'll do the cutting. So it has to be really rigid. Look, is that you? Look at that. Wait, the camera. Look, it's you right there. What a handsome old dude. That's you up there. What are you doing on the TV? Huh? This is oatmeal and yogurt. Yeah, yeah. It's daddy's food, huh? Mommy made it for daddy. That looks almost like a benchy. It almost looks like a benchy. Yeah, there's a tugboat on his shirt that looks like it has the same hole and kind of window as the benchy, but it's a little bit beefier down low. Definitely not a tuned printer. Yeah, that's you up there. Can you believe it? Yeah. That's cool, huh? We were just talking about kids. We're talking about kids. Yeah, Phil's up late because he's got a 9-month-old and a two-year-old. Are we? Oh, we had rocking camo shorts on the other day when we went over to my parents' house. My mom was like, "You guys look like twins," and I didn't realize that we had dressed them. We had dressed them to look like me. Yeah, that's the computer, buddy. That's the computer. Yeah, it's the TV right there. Huh? Whoa. See all the lights? There's a lot of lights in here. Daddy loves lights. Huh? Yeah. More lights, more better. Huh? Oh, the... Yeah. He's got surfboards on his shorts. I love you, buddy. All right, Daddy's in a... When? No. Not yet. I can install it after the stream. Yeah. All right. There you go. Mama said Dad can... Dad's got like 4 more screws out of the 68 screws he's been installing for 3 hours. Huh? Huh? That's the camera, dude. Camera. Mm-hmm. Woohoo! All right, buddy. You go with mummies. You see the Mandalorian helmet finished? It looks freaking sweet. I'll take it off later. Oh, I know. It's dark metallic blue polymaker. It's really pretty. Bye, buddy. All right, let me get some bolts. Training to be a surfer. Daddy talks. Yeah, Daddy does talk to the computer a lot. Yeah, it's funny. The last week we've done a bunch of new things. Like he loves the water. Oh, let me zoom out. Right. He loves the water, but he has never like gone through sprinklers. But we were on a walk a couple days ago, and the sprinklers were going, and we thought we were going to be able to dodge them, but we didn't. And so it got Jack, and Jack freaked out. And so now when we're walking and anyone's sprinklers goes on, he like curls up really small, and I'm like, oh no, what have we done? And we're trying to get used to grass. He cried when he touched the grass. You did not like the grass, buddy, the other day. But now I can get him to stand in it just for a second, and he'll start giggling because I think the blades of the grass tickle his feet. So, we're learning. It's a big world out there, man. A lot of things. Need to keep that kid off of the sunbeds. Yeah, he's our tan man. I cry when I have to touch grass too. Yeah, yep. Yeah, I've been setting up. Hi, buddy. Setting up a towel outside for us to hang out because there's some shade in the front yard when it's really hot. But is this gonna be? Yeah. One thing I'm curious about with this is whether or not he's getting fussy. RX30, hello and thanks for the membership. I wasn't here at the time evening Evening baby procedures. Everyone here is dealing with babies. Hopefully I will catch some part of the build now. Yeah, we're gonna go for a little bit longer. The only thing I'm realizing, which I'm not super thrilled about, is so it's correct height-wise, this plate. This feels flush. But on the back, it feels slightly off. Like, I feel like I should have tightened it down like this, so that way it was flush on the surface. I think I might do that. It won't take long because I haven't really clamped much of this stuff down yet. So let me do that. What are you curious about? I'm here. I shall guide thee. Well, yeah. I used a machinist square to basically make sure that this was aligned, and then I used 1, 2, 3 blocks to make sure everything else is aligned. But on the back side, I should have tightened it all down on this quartz slab versus the way I did it. There's a tiny bit of wobble in it. So just before we move forward, I'm going to loosen. I'm going to loosen these because they're not even very tight yet, and see if I can't get it to push flush. The biggest issue we run into, Millennium, is that these T-nuts are way too, like they're not manufactured very well, these T-nuts that came in this kit. I showed earlier in the stream, to slide them, they're basically completely stripping off the anodized coating because of just how off the size is on them. So, and I grabbed some other M5 T-nuts that I had laying around here, or not T-nuts, but like the roll-ins, and it didn't have that issue at all. So it's definitely an issue with the way that these were manufactured. So I'm gonna let Jason know and see if it sounds like it's not just me, but I'm gonna definitely let Jason know, because with this part, not having the ability to really slide things around makes it quite a bit trickier to align everything. My original plan was to get everything in loosely, and then I agree, you have issues with all the T-nuts. Okay, cool. So yeah, it's not just a me thing. Yeah, it's just, the original plan was to put everything on loosely and then slide it and square it up in the end, but because it requires so much force to even just move a single T-nut, it's very difficult to move, 38, or I don't know if it's 38, but however many there are per side on this. So I'm hoping for this right now I can at least push everything flat. So we'll see how this goes in a second here. I did spend some time, also I talked about it earlier, but after last week's stream, I spent some time and actually ended up taking most everything apart, and I used Ray's XY method. And it feels roughly about the same, but I did show earlier too that I can move the hand wheel fairly easily with just 2 fingers, and so I don't think it's going to be an issue. It's just it's still a little bit tighter than I would like, but I think it's the best I'm going to get it. So it's weird because the T-nuts that came on my Trident and Switchfire kit works perfectly. Yeah, someone had mentioned earlier that it's been a known thing with some of LDO's kits, and I've done V0, which I won't count for this, but I've done Switchwire and 2.4, and they might have been a couple of them a little bit tighter, but definitely not, like this is consistently, I would say 90% of them have been just too tight. So yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is, but it's certainly because of the fact that this relies heavily on T-nuts even more than any printer build I've done before. It feels like it's a bigger deal than ever before. So hopefully it's something that they can, source elsewhere, or go to their manufacturer for those and just say, hey, like we've got to figure out something here, because it's rough. It's the roughest I've seen. Like I tried sugarcoating it a little bit. I'm like, no. As time progressed, I'm like, these are bad. These are just, there's no other way to fake it. They're just not good. What did I miss? Hey, Ajax, how's it going? Are you going to Open Sauce or Murph? I feel like you said you were going to one, but maybe I'm mixing that up with 3D Printopia. Oh man, let me turn off the autofocus for you guys. That's sorry about that. When my arm is going in and out of the shot, it does not look pretty. Okay. That already feels like it corrected itself. So that's where I goofed. My recommendation is if you're building this, before you tighten anything down, have the back column flush up against a surface like this, because yeah, there's no wobble at all anymore. It's completely flat. So all I'm gonna do now is redo what I just undid. So tighten everything down. Trying to get things going. Oh, what did you say? Next show is Earthtopia for me. Okay, maybe that's the one. You're doing the same thing, right? Where you're sharing a booth with HueForge. Is it that they are too tight, or is it the ends aren't well chamfered so that they bind under the slight torsion from the spring ball? I don't know. I don't know. Some of them I've definitely seen where the threads are, that it's just got like extra metal, and that's certainly not helping it. But some of them I don't see any issue like that on them, and they're still all pretty much too tight. So I don't know the answer. Don't know the answer. Trying to make things happen for Smurf. Nice. Is it same time again, December this year? Okay, I'm tightening everything down. I didn't move anything vertically, so I'm just gonna leave all of this other stuff as is. We'll just go other cam for it this second while I'm doing this, because it's not 7th and 8th of December. Okay, nice. 7th and 8th of December. How have things been going with the TD1? I just saw a post. I think you saw it. Well, I'm sure you saw it. I don't know if you're tagged in it, but somebody was showing that they had purchased the exact same filament in the exact same color from a different batch, and the TD value was substantially different. So it definitely, I mean, I don't know what the vendor was, and I would think that from a quality vendor, TD value should be very, very consistent across batches. However, it goes to show that even if the manufacturers end up providing TD values, that there's value in checking, double checking. So, cool, sweet. So they're still doing really well. That's awesome. Are you still working on, I think when I talked to you at Rocky Mountain, you had mentioned that color, like the hex code, or I don't know if it's hex that it's used. I think it's hex. That was something that you were still like doing some more, I think, development on. Is that still something that's happening? Or have you been just so busy with just trying to logistically get them and because are you still hand, like, I know for Rocky Mountain, all of the complete ones you guys assembled yourself. Is that still the case, or are you trying to see if you can automate that process? I believe that was cookie. Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, cookie cat filament, interesting. Still on the list. So many bolts. So many bolts. Currently still me making all the units working on something for that. Okay, cool. I was gonna say, I feel like long term, there gets to a point where that just isn't sustainable. Like, that's a lot. I'm sure the cost though of having a, I don't know what the price point is of having a PCB manufacturer populate boards. I imagine it's not cheap, but I wonder if, oh, because all of them right now are through hole, right? Can you? I guess there are machines that can probably do the through hole for you, but a lot of the ones I've seen, like the Lumen pick and place, I think they're all surface mounted typically. So it like lays down the solder paste and then the surface mounted components, and I think you just throw it into the reflow oven or rework oven and melt the solder paste. Correct. Yeah. Okay, let me turn this, and I'm just gonna go ham trying to get this last side tightened down. There's a little bit of, tiny bit of wobble again. It's very light though. I don't know if there's much I can do about it. I did tighten it down on this, so. I don't know. The last through-hole solder machine I saw had a nice pool of molten lead. Through-hole solder machine, a nice pool of molten lead. Weird, it's getting more wobble as I'm tightening it. I don't know, I think we're gonna just move forward at this point because I did loosen it, I did push them down. They feel unless they're shifting as I'm tightening them. That feels pretty dang good to me. That feels pretty dang good to me. I think we move forward. Most of my work is, yeah, through hole. That's what I thought. Maybe that's what we'll do after this, is do the stream, because I got the TD1. Ajax provided a kit TD1 at Rocky Mountain and an additional one that I can give away. So maybe that's what we'll do after Milo, is do a stream, like kind of a chill stream where we do that, assemble that, and then test it out on HueForge and then do the giveaway. So I was gonna wait and then try to, sorry, just feeling the extrusions. Yeah, they feel pretty damn good across the board. I was gonna wait until I could make a full video on it, but with time and stuff, it might be useful to do it on a stream. That might make more sense. You want to solder on stream? I've soldered on stream before. I screwed up something, or I know I had to do the Stealth Burner, one of the toolhead boards required some soldering on stream, and then what the heck else did I solder on stream? I've done a couple things. If I accidentally damage the first TD1, then there won't be a giveaway, and I'll have to use the giveaway one to get it done. So no, sure, hopefully it'll be okay. From experience, things need to be lined up and level. Okay. Good to know. Maybe I'll take a look at, I imagine there's some kind of a guide on it. Oh, giveaway will be, yeah, yeah. I'll sign the broken one though, so that way there's some, like, you know, sentimental value maybe to it. Leaded solder is so bad for you, but it flows so nicely. Yeah, I stopped. I try not to use leaded solder at all. I think I have some, but I've been using the same Radio Shack lead-free solder for like 14 years now. I finally ran out of the larger. I don't even know. Oh, there's this. I've been looking for this grease gun ever since I took a photo of it and posted it. I ended up using, I did the Z-Rails yesterday to try to speed things up for the stream, which, see how well that worked. And I ended up using the syringe again because I couldn't freaking figure out where I put the grease gun that I just got. I use printed jigs a lot. Nice, okay. I used printed jigs when I had to I had the beacon, but I bought the right angle or the default beacon and I needed a low profile. And so I used the jigs for that to help align the pin headers, and that helped. That helped a lot. Okay, we're calling this part good. Okay, there's a teeny tiny bit of wobble, but compared to before, let me see. I don't know if you can really see it. Maybe you can a little bit, but compared to how it was before I took everything apart and pushed it down, it's way better. Everything feels nicely lined up. Those feel good. That looks great still. Yeah, I feel good about this. This is nice. Well, the ones I use are more for mass production. Oh, that makes sense with how many you're doing. All right, let's see what it says next here. We've been going for 3.5 hours. I probably call it pretty soon here. We'll go for like another 20 minutes maybe. All right, so we've got our bearing block. We need a bearing for the bearing block. Where are you? Here we are. Oh, that was. Is it okay? Okay, this one is okay. Okay, I was like, this is way loose compared to the other ones, but looking at the assembly and the direction it goes, it'll be facing upwards, so I don't have to worry about gravity screwing it up. And I imagine those locking collars are going to hold it in place, so I'm not too worried about that. We are going to break off a little piece of filament and just shove a little bit of Loctite in. Let's see, what holes is this? No, up here. This is going like this. So bottom two. There we go. There we go. All right, shake a little bit more of this. Center hole, and then top two. No. Boop. And boop. Give it a little dab. Awesome. And so this is where we need those M512s that I may have accidentally used on one part of the other piece, but hopefully not. Let's see, M512s, we need 4 of these guys. Are you going to any of the other shows this year, Delmar? Nope, wrong hole. Or no hole, I guess. There we go. Hopefully, okay, cool. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Looks like I'm driving half the printers. Oh man. You're in Florida and it's in Maine, right? It's quite the haul. All right, that is on. So next we got the ballast box, which is just this. I can show you guys. I did print it out, but I'm not gonna install it yet. So it's this guy. Oop, here we go, here I am. It's this guy. It's got an open cavity on the bottom of it, so that way you can fill it with sand or epoxy to add some weight to the main column. I do plan on doing that, but for the sake of how heavy this thing is already, and I don't have epoxy, and I will solder on stream, I will not handle epoxy on stream because that is messy. But I will be using this, and I can try to show like a shot or video of it later on. So I'm skipping this for now, but I did print out the part. Perfect. 22 hours. Okay, yeah, that's a haul. There's a small tip in the ballast box. Once the ballast box is installed, okay, I already did that. We already got that on. So now we need fasten the brass sleeve screws. Not using. Remember to only apply medium strength lock. Okay. So imagine we need to preload this, right? The same way we did the other ones. Preload. Yep. Cool. Can do. So let's see if these will fit in. Yeah, that worked. Okay, that's a line. Lead shot and epoxy? That sounds like quite the cocktail. Will this side fit in, or will I need to? There we go. Oh God! The brass nuts, or the brass heat inserts, sorry, stick out into the channels. Dear Lord, a little bit. So it is quite tight. There we go. And these are going to be what? M3/8s, I think. M3/8s. Yep. I did take those out. Here we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we'll tighten this one down fully. Oh, red lock. Red lock. Tighten this one down fully. Okay. Now this one. Okay. So this is nice and tight, or fairly tight. Okay. Then this one, we'll put the screws in, but we'll leave it somewhat loose for now. 4:30 a.m. Should I make a coffee and risk waking the toddler? Ooh, ooh. That is a risky game. I don't know. You don't want to try to get a couple hours of sleep? You're over it? Okay, so these are both like hand tightened completely. But now what I'm going to do is back it off. So let's go 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. Okay, that should be plenty. It's like Sophie's Choice. All right, here we go. So going in through the rigid side, the one that we fully mounted, I'm gonna apply downward pressure on this. And why are we not going through? I might need to loosen it more. Maybe it's still too constricted. Sure seems like it. Okay. There we go. Okay, so yeah, I needed to loosen it a little bit more. Now we've got very, very smooth motion, but if I pull back and forth, I can feel there's a little bit of wiggle or backlash. So just going to start tightening these down ever so slightly, going back and forth. So let's go, let's see, let's do like, oops, that was not what I wanted to do. Yeah, there we go. So tiny turn, tiny turn. That feels pretty good. I'm gonna go a hair more. One last hair more. Okay. I think that's good. I had a little bit more, man, I had a little bit more tension in the other axes. Nope. It's a fine line between giving it a bit of tension and giving it just way too much tension. So that's I'm like right there on this. Okay, I think that's how I want it. Also, I realized I did not put any grease on this. Let's get a little bit of this grease our rail. I think I did. I'm pretty sure I did it on the other ones. But maybe I should, to be safe. Someone remind me, I'm not gonna do it right now on the other ones, but someone remind me towards the end of this build to apply some grease. Maybe a little dab more. Gonna work it in one time. Yeah, I know I applied it on at least the first axis. I think Y. I don't think I did on X, so definitely want to make sure I do that to avoid any premature wearing. Okay, this should be good for now. Let's see. Fasten, we did that. We did that. Lock collar on the bottom. Oh, that's right. There's a certain distance on this, 13 millimeters. And it looks like this has it where the curved side is up Okay. So we've got our little collar, this little collar piece, locking collar. We're gonna take the, magnets. Check this out. Get some Loctite. And bring it back. Okay, and we need what? 13 millimeters? Yeah, so let's grab our calipers, which are where? I think yep, right here on my desk. Let's get out of inches. Oops. We got 13.02. We're gonna call that good. So we'll put this on here. I will snug it up a little bit. Okay, maybe I snugged it up a little bit too hard. I thought I was gonna be able to push it with the calipers. Let's loosen it. Oh man, I guess I did tighten it up pretty good. There we go. Feels pretty dang good. Okay, clamp it down. Hey, Dutch dude, I've ordered 2 of those BP. Nice. I was gonna, you asked if they were for sale somewhere, and I was gonna reach out to Devil Design and ask, because I know that they like just launched the like video and some stuff on their GitHub today, and I know they have at least a reseller or 2 in the, well, you're in EU, I guess. Hey, Amran. Oh, I didn't even realize. That's funny. What's going on? The man himself. I need a Milo in my workshop. Yeah, you do, dude. Do you have? He responded and just. Oh, perfect. Nice. Hey, Luke. How's it going? Do you have a CNC, Amran, in your studio? That's exciting. Are you? What are your plans for the motors, Dutch? Are you gonna put them on a Merc? Okay, this is in. We're gonna end the stream in just like a minute or 2 here. We've been going for almost 4 hours, which is crazy. Most of today's stream has been, I think Dutch, you were the one that was like heat insert simulation. It wasn't heat insert simulation, but it was just bolt insertion simulation. So I think in total it was like 60 something freaking bolts. So yeah. The most difficult part of this was the LDO roll-in nuts were not made well. I don't know where they're sourcing them from, but it was requiring so much force to move them in the channels that my original plan was to tighten everything, or not tighten everything, but get everything threaded up or aligned and then slide things into place and square them. But I couldn't do that because one nut was so hard to move. Multiply that by trying to slide 30 in their channels, it was impossible. So that added quite a bit of sort of additional thought to how I was going to go about this. So let's see, doing good. The black box tool changer is about right. Ooh, that's exciting. I cannot wait to freaking see some video on that or some pictures of that or whatever you got. On the metal stepper towers. Nice. They're funny. So the metal stepper towers is one of the first projects I had planned for this. I'm excited for that. I just arrived. Napping, you're late, dude. 4 hours. We've been waiting, man. We left the light on. We sent out a flare. He's nowhere to be found. Torque to spec. There's no torque spec on these as far as I've seen. I haven't seen anything. All right, so what have we done? We've done this, we've done that. Sweet, we can put our rails back on. Yay, let's do that. Let's do that. Awesome sauce. Install rails with only the lower carriages. Oh, I know why only the lower, because of the, yeah, that thing needs to go in the middle. Okay, so I gotta remember that I marked these rails. How are torque specs determined? I don't know. It's funny because I just got the Corolla back from Toyota, and they told me that we had swollen nuts. They said that our lug nuts are swollen, which I had never heard of before, but apparently two-piece lug nuts can swell over time, and they deform, and then you can't, like, you'll basically get stranded because you'll get a flat tire or something like that, and you can't get your lug nuts back on. So they wanted $300 to replace them, and I said, no can do. That's insane. So we needed new brake calipers and brake pads, so they did do that, but I am going to be, 1 second here, let me focus on this for 2 seconds. Okay, let me put this back on here, actually. What's going on? Why are we not sliding smoothly? There we go. Oh. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna do that myself. It was, for 50 bucks, I was able to get all new lug nuts with the torque wrench and a, like the right socket for it. But it's funny because I haven't, like, torque, the only time I've ever looked at torque spec stuff is when it's related to an automobile, because, well, if your tire flies off or something like that, like, that's very bad. So I have to, they gave me it in, I think they gave me it in foot-pounds. That's the unit of measurement used. Nothing a Cobalt drill can't fix. Yeah, I figured that with the right tools here, I should be able to get them off. I do agree that getting stranded, like with this, the cars come with a, whatever that, like, crossbar thing is. I can't think of what the heck it's called. The, I don't, you know what I'm talking about. The thing that comes in the car, the torque, no, it's not torque. Someone help me out here. I do need a CNC, man. Dude, I don't know how you're doing all the crazy stuff you're doing. You gotta get a CNC mill. You gotta reach out to LDO. You guys are collabing on the motors and stuff. High iron lug wrench. Tire iron. I think that's maybe what they're normally called. But yeah, those are pretty low quality. The ones that come with the vehicles. I mean, they get the job done in a pinch. But so I think that as long as I have a decent tool here, I should be able to get it taken care of in the garage. So I've got to do that soon. Okay, so we've got this, and now I think we must have to put it where so we need to slide this in like so. Interesting. It doesn't look like there's gonna be, okay, yeah, we'll leave it, that's fine. I need a new workshop. That's, yeah, space, I could see space being a, what am I scraping here? Okay, I think we're okay. Space is a big thing I could see running into. We moved and have more space now, but even then, space is always a struggle. Milo is planned after we get back from Murph. I have the first week of July off, so speed build. You can do it in a week, man. I don't doubt it. You've built plenty of machines where I feel like you could power through it. Especially too with the with the amount of freaking machines I've seen you build. I'm like, how are you doing it so fast? The biggest issue, so Luke, the biggest thing I've ran into that's been a bottleneck with today is the M5 T-nuts that came with the LDO kit. They do not slide well in the channel whatsoever. It makes it incredibly difficult to align some of this stuff up. So I would check that. I'm gonna reach out to LDO or Jason about that and see what he says. But if you test out the M5 roll-ins and they're as tough as mine are, I almost feel like you'd be better off sourcing M5 roll-ins, other ones, unless there's a reason they're as tight as they are. But based off what Millennium Machine said, I don't think that there are. It just seems like they're not made well. Okay, we got that on. Sweet, it's time to mount our Z plate. We'll probably just put the first 2 bolts in. Nah, screw it. We'll put the plate on and then we'll call it. Yeah, we'll put the plate on and then we'll call it. Did I say hi, BBs? If I didn't, hi, BBs. Happy Wednesday. Let's see. Here's our, where is that beautiful plate? I know it's in here somewhere. Here it is. Okay. And this looks like it goes like this. Right? With the, yep. Sweet. Wait, I might be backwards. I am absolutely backwards. Yep. There we go. Okay, so we need M5 16 button heads. M5. I don't think I took those out yet. I don't think I thought we'd get this far. M5 16s, M5 8s. M4, M5 16s. There we go. What did I miss? A lot of lug nuts have plastic caps on them, and it's usual for them to deform. I'd never heard of it. Apparently, it's like it's mostly for a cosmetic thing, so that way you could have the outside look different. I'm like, dude, I would give up pretty looking lug nuts any day of the week to not have them swell and cost, dealer wants $300. I'm like, that's insane for, such a small little thing. Especially if air tools are used. Did you miss my text earlier? Did you check so you got the right nuts? There's different nuts for steel and aluminum nuts. You mean for cars? Did you check if I got the right one for the vehicle? I just went based off of what Amazon recommended for my vehicle. So far they haven't done me wrong. So hopefully this won't be the first time. Why did I take 4 of these out? I didn't need 4. Yeah, I think these are good. They say it's like specifically for my vehicle, so. Yeah, Ford. So when I Googled, because I thought they were trolling me, man. Like it's like the dealership just wants $300 for nothing. I was like, swollen nuts, like what? And then I Googled it, and I saw a bunch of articles about Ford and swollen lug nuts. So it's definitely not a, definitely not a made up thing. It's silly, but it's real. Okay. For these, we need M3.5 socket heads. These are itty bitties. M3.5s. This is going to be a super small bag. Here we go. Don't Google. Yeah, don't. Yeah, don't Google. Don't Google swollen nuts. Swollen lug nuts. Swollen nuts, and you might get written up. gonna loosely put these in now. Let's see, mount. Yeah, so we'll get these last screws in and then we'll call it for today. We actually made more progress than I thought, but we did stream longer than I thought we were gonna stream as well. So that probably, maybe just need a little stress release. I wonder what comes up if you Google small thumbs. Probably my stream with Steve. Hey Dutch, since you're here, I asked someone this question the other day when we were talking about Merc, and you're the right person to ask. The CNC tool head mount setup, is it exclusively intended to be used with Goliath and Hebort, or can you use it with other hot ends and extruders? I feel like it's, because I think it's like the exact sort of, in a sense, to the VZ, I feel like it's probably meant for Goliath and Hebort. You can use it with others, but the height of the hot end is an issue. Yeah, okay. That's what I figured. Because the Goliath is such a big, or long, I guess might be the better word. It's such a long hot end that you'd have a lot of distance you'd have to fill with something. Most nozzles won't reach the bed unless you print another adapter plate. I wonder how tube compares in length to Goliath. Is this more fun to build than Legos? I haven't built Legos in a really long time, but I would say yes. The end result is something that you can use to make lots of cool things. Well, with Lego, at least as a kid, it was always like, keep it as long as we can on the top of the fridge, or on the biggest one I did was like a Hogwarts castle as a kid, and we kept it as long as we could on the dining room table, but eventually it had to get torn down, so. Turtle could tell you that he has tube. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm just thinking lengthwise, Luke. I might go Goliath when I do the Merc rebuild with that CNC tool head. I've had no issues with Goliath. It's been actually really solid. I guess the only issue I had was on stream with that stupid twist-on thermistor that stripped out before we even finished the build. But that's less of a hot end, I think, issue and more of a the manufacturer of that specific thermistor that we got. Rapido. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, I'll look and see what the options are then. I still haven't used Rapido ever. Big Tree Tech. Oh, Big Tree Tech has one? I think that the one I ordered was a Triangle Labs. That's what's currently in the VZ. Okay, so I'm gonna finish tightening down these two bolts right here. And we'll switch back and clamp these down. Oh, Triangle. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say I didn't know Big Tree Tech made them. Yeah, I haven't had any issues with the Triangle Lab one. I did also. Steve had he attached a connector to his. I don't know if it was JST or Microfit or what it was, like a quick disconnect, and that's a way smarter idea. Less strain on the cable from twisting it. They are about the same length when using Goliath Air with the heatsink. You're saying, Luke, Tube and Goliath Air? Yeah, okay, cool. Tube doesn't fit the VZBot CNC tool head. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, so then it probably won't work with the 0G version. So I think the is there any difference, Dutch? I know that like there's a logo I think on it, but is there any difference aside from that, or is it the same exact setup? I've only seen like I think the couple of photos that you had shown me, so I don't know. It's different, okay. Cool, so it could still work on that. I just stuck the tube next to the Goliath tool head. Nero found out the tube would not fit. I hear someone is working on a solution though. The fan duct is adjustable. All right, last bolt. Whew. Oh my gosh. Dude, even this in itself is pretty dang heavy, and it's going on to a piece that's pretty dang heavy. And then we still have the VFD spindle, which is pretty dang heavy, and we have quite a few more extrusions going on the base with all the electronics. This thing is absolutely going to be a unit to, oh, me not hurt my back, to move downstairs. Whoa. Okay, so here's this guy. Oh, for anyone that didn't see it, I completely took apart the entire thing for last week's stream because I wanted to revisit the bearing and alignment and everything. I just wasn't real happy with it, and it's still not ideally as smooth as I would like it to be. But it is a lot better, and I'm calling it good for this. So this is where I'm at. Let's see. Okay, so, well, this is left-handed, so it's a little awkward for me. Let me hold this down with my arm, but with 2 fingers, it's not difficult to move. So, oops, that was me. I still, like, the motion I felt before, like, if I try to move it by hand without this, and just sort of sliding it, I would like it to be smoother, but I think that realistically, it's the best I'm gonna be able to get it with what I've got here. So, oops, I dropped something. So yeah, if I can move this like this easily, then the motors should have no issue driving this back and forth. They're beefy motors, and again, that's not a lot of tension or not a lot of force required, but it's definitely getting. I don't know where exactly this is. I think it goes on. Yeah, it has to go on right here, doesn't it? Maybe I shouldn't be doing that yet. I'm getting a little carried away. Let's not damage anything. I also scratched up the bottom of the channel when I did that right now. No! Even though that's where it's gonna sit. Oh, God. Yeah, nice little first scratch on the channel. You can see right there, but that's okay. What is the first project I'll use for it? Probably the CNC motor mounts for the Mercury 1. That's likely going to be my first aluminum project on it. I mean, I'll run a couple, like, or at least one cut on wood initially just to make sure everything's working before I throw some metal on it. But yeah, that's likely going to be the first thing that I do. And I feel bad about that. But I don't think it'll be visible once it's tucked down there, so that's okay. I just stuck the do you know what the issues is? There's step file in this CAD. So yeah, this is the beast. This is what we did today. Next week we're gonna pick up where we left off. Okay. Let's see, so we're gonna pick up with finishing the motor mount. So we'll get that on the top here. So motor mount. We don't need to do that. The bracing. Cable chain. Do we need that? If you have F and J, please skip. Oh, okay. Oh, sweet. So we are attaching this next. So I can do that now, right? I kind of want to do that. I might just do that a little bit later today. And I mean, you guys can see it. Basically, the tower is dropping onto here. There's 4 screws on each side, and so that means that there's going to be M5 T-nuts in here. So I might just do that. That way it's a single piece versus having these 2 pieces. Are the aluminum materials for machining expensive? That is a great question, and I think that the answer to that is it depends on what you consider expensive. I'm sure there's lots of places you can source from. If I go to LDO aluminum blocks, they were I don't know if LDO sells. LDO was here's 3DO, I guess, has some blocks. Do they have US dollar as well? Nope, they don't. There we go. No, they have euros. So these are $8.80 per block for 60, 61. I don't see it. Oh, you have different sizes. So 100 by 100 by 20. It can definitely add up. Would it be wise to pop a couple of stoppers on the Z-rail since it's not got them on the top? That is a great point. Yep. Oh, I can't. Yeah, I can at the very top. Thank you for that. It's a good call. So yeah, I definitely, generally speaking, I would say, if you were wanting to make a CNC part, I still think 3D printing is the best first setup to do. So like, even if I had my part fully designed, that's going to be made out of aluminum, I would 3D print it to just sort of sanity check it, because it's way cheaper to 3D print a part than it is to mill a part. And then you can at least do some fitment checks. And if your fitment checks test out, then I'd feel more confident moving forward with running it on aluminum. But just to like prototype in aluminum, unless you have to because the thing you're prototyping requires it for, you know, whatever strength or thermal properties maybe that you need, that's different. But if you can, I still think for fitment checks, 3D printing would be the smart way to do it. Those plates are flat enough, right? Which the plates, do you mean the plates on the machine or the plates on the... Testing, 1, 2, 3. No, I didn't mute it actually. It wasn't me this time. The battery died, so I just plugged it in over directly into the wall. So anyways, let's call it on that. It has been 4 hours and 8 minutes, which is crazy. I didn't plan on streaming that long, but Aaron was off today, so I didn't have to rush so much. And although things took longer than expected, we actually got further than I had initially anticipated. So I'm pretty happy with this. Last thing I'm gonna do is just, once stream ends in a little bit here, I will get this mounted on here, so that way it'll be a single monstrous piece. And next week we'll finalize the top of Z. And what's next after that? Attaching the mount on the top of this. Cable chains. Sweet. We're actually we're getting on the table assembly. So hopefully next week we can finish the tower, and then at least finish the tower. Next week we can't stream quite as long. We'll try to finish the tower and get started on the electronics, which is awesome. So, okay, everybody. Thank you all for hanging out with me on this Wednesday. It was a ton of fun. Chatted about a lot of different things, and man, I feel like a lot of streams we hit pretty big roadblocks, but today was relatively smooth, and I'm going to take that as a win. We installed 68 or something. Won't mount the top part, making electronics harder. That's a great question. Unless... Assemble electronics. I think that you can do... Real quick here. So it looks like when it comes to the table assembly, which is where the electronics are, the space down here, it looks like you basically mount everything before you attach it. So like you build it and then install rep firmware and then assemble electronics. So it looks like you do all the assembly beforehand. I don't know when you're supposed to mount this to the machine. Fix the table to the y-axis of the mill. There we go. Okay, so yeah, you do it afterwards, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Right? It shouldn't be an issue. Because it seems like we do it afterwards. I guess lifting it can kind of be a pain. I just want to attach it, man, alright? I just want to get it on there. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just loosely sit it on there for now and just try not to scratch this up even more. So, I can wait if we think that's the best option. So, anyways, thank you all again for hanging out. It was a really fun stream, and next week I think we'll probably go live at the same time. One more time, I should be going on Big Tree Tech's YouTube channel next Wednesday at 10:30 Eastern time, which I know is pretty late for a lot of people, but if you are able to tune in, I should be on there for about an hour. I think actually they go live at 8:30. They go live at 10:30. I'll be on at 11 after 30 minutes into it. So, okay. All right, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. Again, thanks for hanging out. Thank you to our existing members, new members, gifted members, and yeah, have an awesome rest of your Wednesday. And hopefully, I will catch you guys next week. Cheers, everyone. Bye.